my collar lest my dad jump on the stream and get mad at me for not having a nice collar. There you go, Dad. Day two of the AMC Fear Fest, particularly the Freddy versus Jason portion of the Fear Fest. Currently watching Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3, which is actually the very first scary movie I ever saw, or at least the very first scary movie I remember ever seeing. I saw it at a sleepover at a friend's house, my friend Tyson. And you know what? I figured yesterday I had so much fun hanging out and watching scary movies. I do it again. And while I'm doing this, we can, of course, talk about Freemasonry. So let's give it some time. Let's see who joins. We can chat about Freemasonry. But again, we can do that while I'm watching AMC Fear Fest 2025, and particularly Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3. I do not have any wrenches for you, Lon. I'm very sorry. Thank you. I appreciate that, Lon. How's it going? It's hot here too. I mean, for me, I will say this, I've never liked the heat, so I would much prefer it to be a little bit cooler myself if I had to pick. However, at least it's not as hot as it was in summer, though it doesn't feel much like fall at the moment. So, I could use a little bit more fall, nice weather. Welcome if you're just joining us. Please hit that like and subscribe button and let me know how you're doing. And Lon, I'm sending you cool thoughts. Hopefully it'll cool down for you a little bit. What part of West Texas are you from, Lon? I think you told me before, but I've been to Gonzales, which I think is West Texas, right? Or no, that's East Texas. Like, I think the furthest west I've been in Texas is Dallas. Oof. So yeah, so then you're kind of screwed both ways because you have to work, but working as a landscaper in the hot Texas heat, I do not envy you at all for that one. I feel like that'd be incredibly challenging. I remember you told me that before, that's right. So how close is Abilene to, because you're next to New Mexico, right? We got one vote, by the way, for Jason. It's funny how people don't realize like how giant Texas is. I think especially in Ontario, because Ontario is a little bit bigger than Texas, but it's still one of those things where you don't realize just how giant Texas is, especially if you're somebody who lives on like the East Coast or like New England area of America, where you drive for 4 hours, you passed four different states. So why'd you pick Jason, Lon? Jason, because I like to say his name like this. What kind of pizza? Oh my gosh. I'm from Windsor, so we take our pizza very seriously, and we usually go with Naples pizza. Jason Voorhees, chasing more cheese. Aren't we all um, chasing more cheese, in fact? You got lots of stuff on your mind, huh? D Rogue. I'm just calling you D. I do. I mean, honestly, no. My mind is very empty. I have very little on my mind because I'm not very smart. But I still love the opportunity to be here on stream. I mean, if I'm going to be watching Nightmare on Elm Street anyways, I might as well jump on stream while I'm doing it and see who else wants to hang out and chat with me, right? That's the fun part. That's the beautiful part about these live streams is I can just go on anytime I want, chat with people. I'm also kind of live tweeting this on X and Blue Sky using the hashtag AMC Fear Fest. I hope you guys will find that as well. What's going on, Lucky? How you doing? Thank you for being here. Please don't forget if you guys are just joining, hit the like button and the subscribe button. Um, because it's a very long brain I have. You know what they say, long head, long brain. Please hit the like and subscribe button, Demetrius. I think you're new to the stream. And thank you for being here. I'm also talking about this stuff on Medium. I don't know what that is, Lucky. Well, thank you, RJJ, but I don't need you to love me for a long time. I need you to hit the like and subscribe button. And you can be liked and subscribed forever. I like chatting to learn. Well, thank you for behaving, Lon. Again, I try to avoid trolling, obviously. I tend to be a little bit more lenient about trolls as a general rule, but I do appreciate everybody being here and just hanging out and chatting. It's like living in dream 24/7. I've never heard of that before. M I'm going to tell you, member, technically, this channel is about Freemasonry, which is something I love talking about. However, sometimes I'll just come on and hang out and chat. Right now, I'm watching AMC Fear Fest, the Freddy versus Jason marathon. But while I'm doing that, I figured, you know what, I can come on and chat for a few minutes and see if anybody wants to talk about anything. If you have any questions about Freemasonry, please let me know. Otherwise, just hang out. Um, I'll take it. Shrek's a very handsome ogre. Um, okay, I don't know if you're. I hope that you have a doctor or psychiatrist, psychologist. I'm not sure the type of specialist, but whatever type of specialist it is, I hope that you have somebody who can get the help that you need. But at least you know what it is and you're trying to deal with it, and that's a sign of maturity and strength. Hunter Biden. It's a fraternity or a civic or civil organization. Um, Dan, not quite. You got it kind of backwards. Freemasonry began first, and then Joseph Smith, who founded Mormonism, was actually a Freemason himself, and to my knowledge, understanding, borrowed a lot of ideas from Freemasonry and then brought them into his religion in the Mormon Church. But I'm not a Mormon myself, so I don't know how much of overlap there is. But I do know that there is some overlap between the two. But Joseph Smith was himself a Freemason. I understand some symbology, symbols, and ideas from Freemasonry found their way um, into the Mormon Church. That's fair, Captain Backward. Freddy Krueger is definitely the more evil of the two. Uh, it's one of those things where Jason was always kind of the victim first, right? As a child, almost drowning in the lake because the camp counselors weren't watching him. Um, but I think they really played that down in the movies for kind of different reasons. Calling him like a child, there was always subtext. But definitely Captain Blackbird. Jason was more of the victim. Even in Freddy versus Jason, which is playing in like 3 hours, or sorry, 6 hours, I guess, he was always portrayed as the more sympathetic of even of all the monsters, right? When you think about Freddy, Jason, Michael Myers, Hellraiser, Pinhead, the Priest, pick your term, even Leprechaun and stuff, Chucky. Jason was probably always more of a sympathetic character than the rest of them. A lot of people don't like that captain. For me, technically he's called the priest, Lon, but nobody ever calls him that. A lot of people feel that way. I'm much less so in that camp. I think when you're kind of being forced to, you know, what's what I'm looking for? When you are constantly churning out these movies year by year, if you don't start to move it in a more comedic direction, it gets very hard to maintain any type of story because there's only so dark you can go with it before it gets too much. But comedy or a more lighthearted tone, you have a lot more leeway and you can take things a lot further, I think. I agree. The Cabin in the Woods was incredibly good, and I like to see a sequel. I want to see a sequel to Sorority Row from 2009. That I think was an incredible movie. The Statue of Liberty was a gift from the French, but I don't believe it was a gift from the French Freemasons. I could be wrong. Let me just check something. Statue of Liberty, um, creator Freemasons. Oh, yeah. So actually, the sculptor of the Statue of Liberty was a Freemason. But just because the Freemasons did the work, that doesn't mean that it was a gift from the Freemasons. It was a gift from the French, right? Freemasons were not a political or are not a political organization. But that's cool. I did not know that. Frederick Auguste Bartholdi was the name. He was a sculptor of the Statue of Liberty, and he was a Freemason. And the engineer who designed the statue's internal framework was also a Freemason. So that's pretty cool. Death Stark says stop. Stop with what? Clearly, someone's been playing Assassin's Creed Part 3, which is a great Assassin's Creed where those tunnels are. I mean, Freemasonry in America first showed up in Boston, so there is that. Well, Ghost Samurai 1925, I'm a Freemason. I like to consider myself not a punk, but a pretty cool dude. But it's good to have you here, anyways. Original alleged. It's not, although I have played video games in the past. I'm not a huge gamer. This is a channel talking about Freemasonry. Although I also do other things. Like right now, I'm watching I'm watching Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3 on AMC Fear Fest. I hope that you'll join me for that. And Origin, please hit like and subscribe. Same thing with you, Ghost Samurai. And let me know why you think Freemasons are not cool. I'd love to get your opinions on that. We do not original alleged. I mean, believe me, it'd be more fun if we did, I'm sure, but we do not. Our meetings are much more boring than you give us credit for. Grandfather was a 33rd degree Mason, and he knew the Queen Elizabeth. Wait, that's pretty harsh on Queen Elizabeth. I'm a monarchist myself, so be nice to the Queen. When people ask for degrees, that's usually a red flag that they don't quite understand Freemasonry. Go Samurai. I am a Master Mason, which is the most important degree, third degree. I'm also Scottish Rite, 18th degree. Original alleged. Give me 1 second. I do have a ring with the symbol on it. It came from my father. Let me show it to you. Shoot, I got it. If I could find it now. Oh, things are falling everywhere. It's not the ring though. There's a lot of those rings. People have them oftentimes provided from family. Sometimes they purchase them themselves. Here it is. But you want to be careful, original, just because, well, we are not demons, so good for you, I guess. Go Samurai. Um, um, just because somebody has a ring, it doesn't mean that they're a Freemason. You can buy Masonic rings in pawn shops, at stores. I once went to a pawn shop, asked if they had any Masonic rings. I'd like to check, and he pulled one out. He said it was $50 to purchase. He had ordered like 500 of those rings or some crazy amount because he sold them so quickly because people like to buy them like the symbols, even without being Masons. But I do have one, and this came from my father. So there you go. I've actually given a live stream in the past. Well, we're not going to do that. I mean, why would we give out rings for free? People have to purchase them. Sometimes we'll give them away as gifts. That often happens. Like mine was a gift from my father, and I was very honored to have it. Ghost Samurai, go look in the midday sun. Well, so Ghost Samurai, what is it you think you understand about Freemasons? I'd love to know. I'm genuinely curious. And if you guys, anybody wants to hang out with me right now and watch the same movie I am, I'm watching Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3, 58 minutes left, AMC Fear Fest. Somebody's been reading too much Albert Pike. We do not worship Lucifer. We, in fact, do not worship any specific deity or um, supreme being. Rather, every Freemason worships his or her own supreme being, which can be based on their culture, their family, their personal decisions. We have Muslim, Christian, Jewish, Hindu, Sikh, Wiccan, Wiccan, even Indigenous or First Nations brethren. So, yeah. Well, I mean, because welcome, by the way, we got the hearts. I think that that's smoky. Freemasonry is not about worship. It's not a religion, right? It's a civic club. Ultimately, it serves the same point as any other group or club, a desire to belong to something greater than oneself or bigger than oneself. That does not have to be necessarily belonging to a group does not have to be something religious or spiritual. I think, in fact, one of the Freemasons' greatest strengths is that it's not religious. Um, oh, well, thank you to the 6-year-old for the hearts. Tell him thank you. I have no idea what that means, Go Samurai, but I think you might need some help. Well, thank you for the 6-year-old for all the hearts and smiley faces. All that stuff helps. Ultimately, what YouTube focuses on is engagement, right? That's the most important thing. So, who's going to help me, King Demon, Lord Beelzebub in human form? I think you might be on your own with that one, Ghost Samurai. It's still wonderful to have you, but this channel has nothing to do with Beelzebub in human form or any other form. So you might be on your own with this one a little bit. But still, thank you for being here. I truly appreciate it. Here we get the backstory of Freddy Krueger. I actually really like this backstory. I think it was a really good way to go. I'm in human form too. I mean, we're all in human form, I think, I hope. Hello, Rooney. How's it going? Thank you for being back once again. I hope you're doing well. I'm still watching AMC Fear Fest, currently watching Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3, Dream Warriors. I'm not going to sing it. I'm not going to sing it because I can't sing, but it's a great song. Well, I'm very sorry about that, Rooney. That is gross. But it happens. It happens to the best of us. I agree, Rooney. I think the thing about horror films that makes them so great is the fact that they're universal. Like everybody understands them, everybody likes them, especially the 80s fun kind of slasher films. When it comes to the like psychological horror, I think those are more hit and miss. They don't always translate because psychological horrors can often be so rooted in the culture that you live in, but slashers, it gets to something more human. We're all at risk of we're all at risk of Freddy's gloves or Jason's machete. Drunken, you're getting very personal in this chat. Maz Maverick, I can't tell a dad joke because I'm not a dad. I can tell you a Masonic joke if you want to hear that. Um, um, Maverick. So let me know if you want to hear a Masonic joke. Well, I love the LGBT community as I love every community, and I do not know what you found hateful, but I'll try my best to not be hateful anymore. All right, here's my Masonic joke. How many Masons does it take to change a light bulb? Um, well, I have a cat, Boidv, if that counts for anything. No, not many. I'll give you guys 2 minutes or 1 minute to give an answer, then I'll give you the answer. How many Masons does it take to change a light bulb? By the way, Boidv, Drunken Donuts, please hit the like button and please hit the subscribe button. Even you, Tony Montana, please hit the subscribe button. I'd appreciate it. I'm almost at 2,650 subs. I'm almost there. Welcome back, Katoos. How's it going? I'll take it, Boidv. The answer, how many Masons does it take to change a light bulb, is it's a secret. That's my Masonic joke of the day. Luckily, it's not because we don't launder money. I think that that joke deserves a. I think that that joke deserves a subscription, if nothing else. All right, drunken. I'm not a fan of that setup. Um, so be careful because I may have to put you in timeout. Not about specific groups, about Masons, and that's it. Because I'm a Mason, I can make that joke. Honestly, again, we're just hanging out watching scary movies. I'm watching Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3 on uh, AMC Fear Fest, and I hope you guys will join me for that. I do not know what BBOVUL means. I am Canadian. Do I have a Canadian accent? But everybody who's watching this, thank you so much for being here. I hope everybody's doing well. We're having a great time. It's been really fun the last 2 days. Very nostalgic too. I love the um, Nightmare on Elm Street movies, and I love the Friday movies. I love Halloween. I love this time of year. Oh, I gotta disagree with you on that one, Rooney. I do like Hellraiser 2 a lot, but I've said in the past that I really believe that the Hellraiser series, has a ton of underappreciated gems. And that would include part three, which I love. I really enjoy part four, part five. I really like Deader. I think Deader is very underrated. Um, I enjoyed Hellworld even. I thought the latter two before the most recent were a bit of a decline, though Judgment I thought was interesting. So yeah. Oh my gosh, I'm the worst person to come to for advice on dating. If you knew my absolutely terrible dating history, you would not be asking me for advice at all. I guess what I'll say is just be confident. I mean, I don't know you, drunken, but I think everybody has a lot of good in them and the ability to be good. And I think if you show that ability, you'll find somebody. At least I hope that you do. I know it's very challenging to, I mean, I guess I don't, I've never been divorced, but I know people who've been divorced. I know how hard it is. You're going to be okay. At least I hope, I'm rooting for you. I think we all are. Hippo, I'm not a big fan of the term Muslim problem. I think that's kind of unkind. I know many Muslims here in Canada, they're good people. They help make they help make Canada a better place, I think. It's about the personality and what's on the inside, drunken. By the way, everybody watching this, please, it's not too, it's not the same. Well, that is weird, BOI. Uh, you're getting close to getting timeout, so just calm down over there. Um, all right, Hippo, I think you need to calm down a little bit too on here. I know, I'm Canadian. I got my Canadian accent. Sorry, this is my third stream of the weekend, but all the streams have been the same thing, watching AMC Fear Fest. If you want to watch it with me, there's 47 minutes left in A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3. Well, I've never read the Quran. I'd like to because I'd like to become more conversant in Muslim faith. However, no Muslims I've ever met have ever married any 6-year-old. So whatever the stories are, I've never met anyone who acts in that manner. They've always been, at least in my experience, loving people. They have families, they have kids, they have They pay their taxes, they contribute to the communities. One of my best friends for a little while was Muslim. We worked together. He moved away, sadly, so I miss him, but he was a really good dude. Um, well, thank you, BOI. Well, once a once I meet a Muslim person or once I hear a Muslim imam telling his people to do that, then I'll be concerned. But even then, it's about taking each individual at their level, right? Like, I'm sure there are many not good Muslim people, but there are many not good Christian people and many not good Jewish people, many not good secular people. It's not about the faith, it's about the way individuals act and how they interpret that faith. And again, as someone who met and had actually some involvement with the Muslim community in Windsor, and all of whom were welcoming and nice to me and never made any indication they wished to unalive me, it seems very unkind of me to, despite my personal experiences, judge them based on the experiences of others or assume the worst of them in a group sense. Um, while Death Stark, that's also very unkind. No, I would not drunken. These are getting a bit much. I think maybe we have to start putting some people in the timeout category over here. I try to be Canadian, I love being Canadian. It's one of my favorite um, uh, countries in the world. I always say it's the greatest country in the world because you're the greatest neighbors in the world. Um, all right, 5 minute timeout for drunken. Too hot, Rooney. Way too hot. Um, well, I mean, I would say we do hear about some of those things. It's just, and this is hippo has been one of the things that I've always found kind of funny. Some things get a phobia, some things get an ism, right? Some things get like it's very strange, right? So some things get awareness, which is even weirder, right? Like there's transphobia, Islamophobia, but then there's racism, sexism, um, then there's like autism awareness or whatever. Like to me, some of these terms get used weirdly, and I don't think you always need to have the differentials. I mean, I think to me, racism as an umbrella covers a lot of these topics, or just isms in general, or just prejudice in general, right? You can be prejudiced against Islamic people, you can be prejudiced against LGBTQ people, you can be prejudiced against Christians, you can be prejudiced against um, Catholics, right? Like you can be prejudiced against people around the world. Why some have the term phobia, some have the ism, like racism. I don't know. But I do think sometimes it gets a little bit too specific. I think you can just say it's prejudice, and prejudice is not okay. Um, right? Well, I'm disabled as well, Death Stark. I'm missing both of my legs above the knee. I was born that way. So I guess I don't even like to say the term missing my legs because I never had them to lose them or to miss them. Um, so it's hard for me to say like I lost them or I'm missing them. When people say disabled people can do anything regular people can do, I tend not to take it. I understand what you mean, um, Death Stark, because it can make it seem like, oh, what are you complaining about? Everything should be easy for you. Like, we don't need to put a ramp in this building. You should just be able to get up the stairs in your wheelchair. However, I take it to mean not literally I can do everything someone with legs can do, but rather society can put effort in and I can put effort in and I can find a way to find sufficient workarounds to be a productive member of society. I can't literally do everything someone with legs can do, but I can metaphorically find a way to do whatever I need to do to find success. If that makes any sense. I don't you don't take it literally. Um, oh, you saw that member. You've been paying attention. Yes. I mean, this one's normal size. I'm missing the bone here. For some reason, having no legs, when people have the same type of condition I have, which is a very specific type, you're missing your femur bones. What you end up with is this pinky. Look at you, member, paying attention. Well, I appreciate that, Hippo. Thank you for joining. I hope you'll consider hitting the subscribe button anyways. And even though we don't align morally, it's still welcome to have you join. And thank you for being here. All right, you're a local Spurs. Thank you for being here. I truly appreciate it. Sphere of Fear, Las Vegas. I think that might not be true, Death Stark. They probably have less, but I do believe they have some programs for disabled people. Um, I can look it up and try to find. I know we have some in Canada. I mean, as not an American, I don't want to say for sure, but I believe there are some. I think actually some of my Masonic brethren may know of some. Depending on where you are in America, maybe I can look for you and see if I can find something. Welcome if you're just joining us. Yes, Rooney, here's what I will say about that. The best horror movie franchise music comes from the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise. It's just like, oh my gosh, you've got Goo Goo Dolls, the Divinals, Dawkins, Dream Warriors. Heck, you even had the Fat Boys. You had Hands on Me by Sinead O'Connor. You've got so much incredible music in the Nightmare franchise. My favorite song is Simple Man by Leonard Skinner. My second favorite song is Product by Blacktop Mojo. Oh, for work? It's unfortunate that that's the case, Death Stark. I do believe there are some rules about that and some requirements legally about things that need to be done to accommodate disabilities. Let me look if I can see something. I mean, Death Stark, if you wanted to send me an email, so I have your contact info. It's a great song, info at squareandcompass.ca, and let me know what it is that where you're from. Maybe I can find some info for you. I can't make any promises, or at least find some Masonic lodges in your area that may be able to assist. Again, no promises, but I can look and see what I can find. Welcome, Rondo. How's it going? Thank you for being here once again. I truly appreciate it. Armored Saint, there you go. I mean, again, the Hellraisers franchise, it's got some real hidden gems in there, man. Some real hidden gems in the movies. I think the most hidden of gems is Deader. If you guys want to hang out, 36 minutes, Nightmare on Elm Street 3. No, that is. Oh, that is Hellworld. That was part 7. Deader is the one before that. That went straight to video. It wasn't even originally supposed to be a Hellraiser film. It was originally supposed to be a different film, but they needed to include Hellraiser to protect the rights of it, and they added Pinhead to it. I think it made the movie better. Welcome back, Mr. Keeps. How's it going? Thank you for being here. As always, it's wonderful to have you join. By the way, while I've been doing this, I've been streaming or live tweeting what I'm doing. I've gone up about 20 odd followers on Twitter, and my posts have been getting a lot of views. So thank you to everybody who's following me on Twitter. So we are at Nightmare on Elm Street 3, 35 minutes left. This is the first horror movie I ever saw. What was your favorite one from yesterday, Mr. Keeps? Did you have a favorite from the Fridays? I always do, Rooney, and thank you for being here. Hello, Stephanie. Welcome back. Thank you for being here. Good to see Stephanie once again. Let me see if I always like to do something. There you go. That was Jason Goes to Hell, the final Friday. That's a great one. Yeah, at that point, they were leaning fully into the silliness of it. Um, but I don't mind the silliness of it. I think I was saying, like, when you have multiple or you're doing these movies, you have two choices. You can try to go darker with it, but unfortunately, the darkness, like, there's only so dark you can go before it becomes just too much. There's a lot more space to embrace the silly side of horror movies, and the silliness of the premise. Because there is something very silly about there is something very silly about a man in a hockey mask traipsing through the woods, stumbling across gardening equipment, and then using it to, unalive hapless campers. Natalie, welcome. Thank you for being here from Dublin, Ireland. We've had a few Irish people join us. Natalie, I hope you will be one of the few Irish people to be a subscriber to this channel. And thank you for joining. I really appreciate you being here. By the way, Mr. Keeps, have you followed me on Discord yet? If not, let me give you the info as the way to follow it. You can just copy and paste. Should work. I believe I have the invite here. It's Square Compass Promotions as well. You can find it that way. Thank you, Natalie. That's very kind. How's it going? How is life treating you in Dublin? I really want to go to Dublin because there's a lot of cool Masonic stuff there. A lot of cool Masonic lodges and buildings and history. Let me see. Oh, the epic Brooke Bundy's head, Freddy Krueger in the tuxedo. That's like an iconic image. That's my Discord server there. Hopefully you guys can find it. So Natalie, let me know again how you're doing. If you have any thoughts you want to share, if you want to watch AMC Fear Fest with me. I know, right? It's a very boring background. I've got so many pictures too that I can show off. It's a shame I don't show off more. Haifa, if you're not done so yet, please hit the subscribe button. Let me know how you're doing, if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry or anything you want to talk about. My favorite character, Taryn. This unalive is iconic. Absolutely iconic. I met this lady who plays Taryn. I can't remember her name now, the actress's name, but she's a really cool person. And she was really friendly and really nice. So, welcome back. Are you watching along with me? You're a local sports fan. Are you watching AMC? So this channel, Square Incomes Promotions, we talk about Freemasonry. However, sometimes just for fun, I'll come on live stream and just talk about whatever. Right now, I'm watching um, Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3. I'm watching AMC Fear Fest. It's the Freddy versus Jason weekend. However, since I'm doing that anyways and hanging out, why not talk about Freemasonry? I've been a Freemason since 2007, so 20 years almost. I love talking about the ways it has been relevant to the communities in which it's located. It's my favorite thing to do. So that's my background. It feels it, believe me. I'm not the young man I was anymore. That's very common for a lot of older people. I'm assuming your father's a little bit older. Even my dad, who's a Mason, was kind of the same way. I would say I try to be forthcoming. I think we as Freemasons have a responsibility to be open and honest about our work and our efforts. So that's my view on that. And why it is we love Freemasonry. Belt, I have no idea what that means, but that should not stop you from hitting the like button and the subscribe button. The work of being a Freemason, the work of trying to make the world a better place, the administrative work of maintaining a Masonic lodge, the ritual work of bringing candidates through degrees. Being a Freemason is work, it's effort. Um, well, there's two types of ways to answer that question, Jay. And by the way, Jay, Belt, please hit like and subscribe button. There's two ways to answer that. The first is the practical work that we as Freemasons do. What I mean by that is the work that we do to maintain Freemasonry, the administrative work that comes with maintaining a lodge, reading of minutes, filing correspondence, paying bills, setting a budget, um, maintaining contact with our brothers, keeping a list of those brothers who might be sick, who might be ill, um, things of that nature. Then there's the rituals that we need to do to bring new members into Freemasonry and to advance them through Freemasonry. Then there's the work we do in a broader sense, such as organizing picnics, special events, banquets, celebrations for our brethren, for the community, volunteer work, charitable giving, maintaining lodge websites, maintaining lodge contact lists. That's an interesting question, member. I'm trying to think of the best way to answer this. So give me a couple seconds to to think of the best way to answer this. There is a saying I once heard, and I really liked it. And I understand it's a phrase from the Jewish faith, although Freemason's not Jewish, but I like the phrase, and so I remember it. The phrase was, a well built structure is a prayer. And what that meant is doing something well, whether it's seen by a million people or by 3 people, doing something well and to the best of your ability is a prayer, is a way to, we would say in Freemasonry, is a way to praise the Supreme Being. I think whenever people gather to do something well, to do something important, to do something that matters, it's a way to make the world a better place, whether it's a private ceremony or public. And it is a way to praise the Supreme Being. They also, the rituals, create bonds of brotherhood between our membership. Those bonds mean we're there for each other if they struggle. And if we're there for the people that are struggling, it means the community doesn't have to be. So, for example, if you, let's say, heaven forbid, a Masonic brother loses his job, finds himself unable to pay his rent, and needs help, because he went through those Masonic rituals, he now has brothers, he now has friends, and he can rely on those for benevolence to help pay his rent. He does not need to rely on community supports, and that helps make his life better. But it makes the world better because the community is now not forced to help him, nor is the community end up seeing people living on the street or a family on the street. Freemasonry stepped in, and by helping our brother, we help the world. I hope that made sense. I hope I made sense. Thank you, Belt. If I did get you, that shouldn't stop you from hitting the subscribe button. I'm 1 subscriber away from 2,650 subs. It's kind of like, how does, a football team playing a really great game of football make the world a better place? Well, it makes the world a better place because doing something well makes things better, whether it's a game or not a game. And I think well done Masonic ritual, it's the same thing. That's my personal opinion, Haifa. That's not a Masonic opinion. That's my personal opinion. But I do believe that. And that is kind of, there's a Masonic quality to that interpretation in the fact that there is no Masonic deity, there is a Supreme Being. And each person is allowed to, understand that and name that, interpret that as they wish. But, we have, again, Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Hindu, Sikh, Indigenous, even Wiccan, WICCAN, Supreme Being. Well, that's the hope. I mean, there's this another phrase I really like, and I believe it's a Christian phrase that says, I do not always know the right thing to do, but God, the fact that I try to do the right thing, I hope pleases you. That's kind of my philosophy on it. I don't always know the right thing to do, but the fact that I'm trying to do the right thing and hope I'm doing the right thing, I hope that pleases God, or the Supreme Being. I truly do. I think I fail as much as I succeed. I probably fail more than I succeed, to be honest. But I try. And trying, I think, I know it sounds incredibly cliched, but cliches are cliches for a reason. Trying is half the battle. Interesting for me, my pick is Freddy Krueger, by the way. Belt, Haifa, I am currently watching AMC Fear Fest. I figured if I'm going to be watching this all day, I might as well be streaming while I'm doing it. Hence the question. For me, Freddy wins because I love Nightmare on Elm Street. So, I'm also live tweeting this. 1688. It's followers I have on X so far. Thank you to everybody who's following me there, and even on Blue Sky as well. Uh, would it get a boost? Probably. I mean, it would depend. It would probably also create more problems for Freemasonry, ironically enough, because the conspiracy theorists would have a field day with it. And anybody who didn't like the president, and in 2025, there's always going to be about 50% of the population that doesn't like the president, unfortunately, would then cast aspersions on Freemasonry as part of their dislike of him. So it would probably have some benefits and some drawbacks. The last, for sure, Masonic president was Gerald Ford. There is some debate as to whether Joe Biden is or is not a Mason. I personally think he is, but that's a debated point right now. Um, no, and they shouldn't. Freemasonry, it's not relevant or important for us to be lobbying. That's not what Freemasonry is for. Um, right? Because we are not a political organization, nor are we involved in lobbying, and we shouldn't be. That's not our responsibility or goal, right? It's not to lobby for us. Hopefully, we can just demonstrate our value, and that value or that demonstration should be sufficient to get more people to find us relevant. We're just here hanging out, watching Nightmare Part 3. We're about 15, 18 minutes left before it's all finished. I don't believe so. I never heard that he was. I can understand that, member. That skepticism is a relatively recent quality, right? It really started in the 60s, I would say. Before that, in the 1920s through the 1950s, being part of an organization was a very common thing. It was almost an American thing. There was actually jokes made about people called Barry the Joiner, who was the type of American who would join every single different group um, that he could. He was a Shriner, an Elk, a Mason. Well, Masons are Shriners, but he would be like, or sorry, Shriners are Masons, but he would be like an Elk, a Mason, Shriner, Moose, Rotary, and he was called Barry the Joiner. Um, so it used to be that Americans were very kind of, by default, were supportive of organizations. Now they're much more, um, as a general rule, I'd say, skeptical of them. But I tend to not be skeptical. I actually tend to think that, as a general rule, we are our best when we are part of organizations. I think one of the biggest challenges in Freemasonry, not Freemasonry, excuse me, in society, is the reduction in the trust of organizations, the reduction in civic or civil society, which was talked about in the 90s under Bowling alone. So. Welcome. I hope you guys are hanging out with me. I hope you guys are watching A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3 with me on AMC Fear Fest. like I said, I'm just here hanging out, trying something different, having fun. So we're always, this channel's purpose is to talk about Freemasonry, but that doesn't mean we can't have some fun and, enjoy ourselves and do something that I find very nostalgic, which is watch AMC Fear Fest, which is a very nostalgic time for me. So, William Barry, you're absolutely correct. That was also true after World War One. In fact, Freemasonry's two great boom periods in the 1920s and the 1950s was fueled primarily by returning veterans from World War II and World War One, returning and yeah. So I thought that was really, really cool. But joining things and wanting to belong, to be part of the community, it really did start to not pass, I guess pass away in some ways as a metaphor, you could say. Um, it started to decline significantly after the Vietnam War. And I think what you see there is because there was such a doubt when it came to right, there is such a doubt of institutions after, I guess what you could say was the debacle of the Vietnam War in a lot of ways. That turned a lot of people off from wanting to join institutions of any sort, whether it be Freemasonry or any other ones. We got hearts. Is that Smokey? Thank you for being here, by the way. And I do not know what Borsellino is, but please hit the like button nonetheless and the subscribe button. And William, how's it going? Thank you for being here. I hope that you're doing well. And thank you, everybody, for joining. Let me see. I think maybe some messages are not getting through. Oh, no, they're getting through. Alrighty. Hey, Leo, how's it going? Thanks for being here. I hope you're having fun. If you're little, don't be like me and watching scary movies. You gotta wait till you're older. Having said that, I snuck out of the house and watched scary movies when I was a kid, but you shouldn't do that. Don't be like me. Be better than me. But I hope you are doing well, Leo, and thank you for being here. No worries. Thank you. And thank you, Destark, for being here. And Leo, you got a good pops in Death Stark. So listen to your family. Again, don't be like me and don't be a pain in the butt. Listen to your family. That is sad to see, William. I think, one thing we in Freemasonry need to always remember is as goes any civic organization, so goes every civic organization. And if we are not able and willing to kind of support them and want them to grow, Freemasonry will struggle as well. They were very significant. Never as significant as Freemasons, although maybe that's just me being jealous, but they were significant nonetheless. Um, right? They are very odd fellows indeed. Hello, Pennywise the Dancing Clown. How are you doing? Thank you for being here. Let me know when the new movie starts. It starts in 8 minutes. We just got to the Joey yelling scene where the mirrors break, which is actually a great scene. What do they need orphanages for? You mean the Oddfellows or Masons? There were Masonic orphanages, which weren't actually, like, the Masons weren't taking care of the orphans, but the Masons were paying for the space and the staff to manage the orphans. That was actually Mark Twain, I believe. I could be getting this wrong, but I think Mark Twain was an orphan first who was in a Masonic orphanage. In the same way now you have Masonic old folks homes. Kind of like in some ways, I feel like the elderly have become the new orphans of 2025 in some ways, especially if they have no family. No, we're just hanging out. Your local Spurs watching Nightmare Part 3. There's 6 minutes left. The next one is Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2. Freddy's Revenge. Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2, Freddy's Revenge. Honestly, it's my least favorite, although the documentary Scream Queen, which is about Nightmare Part 2, has kind of made me reconsider my initial, I still like it, but my initial kind of um, ranking of it and put it a little bit higher, in my opinion. I've never played Witcher, but I mean, that sounds cool. Was he a good dude, The Witcher? Orphans and families. Yeah, no, they had Oddfellow homes. They had Masonic orphanages as well. A friend of mine actually named Jerry Carlton, who I've been on the channel before. He actually did a whole really cool discussion um, about Masonic orphanages. They were really, really cool. Scottish Rite is still used. I'm glad the Scottish Rite one is still used. That sounds to me like maybe what that means is the York Rite is not, which is unfortunate. But those things do happen. So, as civic organizations are declining in membership, we're losing a lot of our wonderful buildings. But we're working on it. We currently have on AMC Fear Fest a funeral happening for your friend and mine, Freddy Krueger. Welcome back, Mr. Keeps. We now have the big reveal with 1 minute left in Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3 that the nun was was Freddy Krueger's mother, Amanda Krueger. Like I said, I think this part of the movie, or this movie, I think it was very important because it basically set the backstory that was necessary for the franchise to continue and be as good as it was. Well, don't say that, Death Stark. I mean, however accurate or inaccurate it may be, I have no idea. It sounds pretty inaccurate to me. Even if you meant it metaphorically, I would not say that to your mom. And now we got Dream Warriors by Dokken playing over the credits. And you gotta love that because Dream Warriors is an incredible song. Well, there's some evidence that at Delphi, for example, there were fumes that were getting people, um, in a different altered state of mind. Oh, Dawkins, awesome. You can hear it here. See? Let me know if you can hear this. I think you guys can with this. I've always said Dawkins is like, um, or Nightmare on Elm Street, I should say, the franchise has the best music by far. Oh, the iconic New Line Cinema logo coming into frame. Let me tell you, talk about nostalgia. This makes me feel very, very much as though, um, makes me feel like a 15, 14-year-old kid in my basement renting these movies, watching these movies on repeat, wearing out the VHS tapes, running to the video store. Well, not running, wheeling to the video store quickly to find them. Um, yes, we are, Mr. Keeps. Freddy's Revenge. This bus scene was pretty iconic too. I loved it. Maybe. I mean, I've said before, first of all, I'll never be a reviler of religion. I believe Jesus was a real person. I have no doubt that he was well, I never want to be 100% sure of anything, but I'm as sure as you can be that Jesus was a real human being who existed in the world and was a very intelligent and smart and clever philosopher. I've always, though, been very skeptical of supernatural explanations and miracles and things like that. Right? That's kind of where I mean, it's interesting. I feel like I'm a Jeffersonian because famously Thomas Jefferson wrote a Bible where he removed all of the miracles from it. But that's my personal opinion. Everybody in Freemasonry has their own opinion. Um, what about Moses? Moses was actually, speaking of, I'm going to give a shout out to The Promised Land, which is a series on YouTube. It's very funny and it's about Moses, and I like it a lot. So if you type in The Promised Land onto YouTube, you should find it. It's kind of like The Office, but set in biblical times, and it's very, very good. He may be more than halfway, depending on what you believe. I don't know how it works in terms of when your spirit, because I've heard different things actually. I've heard, and I don't know what the theology of it is. I heard some people argue that this is before Charlie Kirk. This is just a theological argument in general that nobody gets to heaven until the rapture. So if you pass away and you've lived a life that will get you to heaven, you don't actually get there right away. You basically remain in a state of, I don't even know what the term is, kind of suspended animation. You kind of end up in this space of you're waiting until the rapture, and then everybody's soul, all at the same time, who deserving of it gets to heaven. I've heard some people argue that theologically in the past, as part of like a pre-trib rapture, but I don't know enough about it to say for sure. But I'm sure, like I said, that I have no idea if it is or not. Like I said, I'm not a reviler of religion. I have my own personal beliefs, but I understand everybody has different beliefs. And hopefully we can all kind of find a way to support one another's beliefs. Well, it's in the Bible, the rapture, but I think there's debate amongst the Christian community as to how it's going to actually take place and what it will look like and the details about it. Um, I got a big forehead. I know that, Jeremy, but you can still hit the like and subscribe button despite the fact I got a big forehead. My big forehead means I have a big brain. We can do both. There's 1 hour 55 minutes left. They are currently on a school bus in a canyon. Um, and it's looking pretty scary for our leaders at the moment. For our lead character, I should say. Well, first hit the subscribe button, Jeremy, and then we'll see. It's interesting how I feel like in the second movie, it's the first time that they kind of really appreciated or understood what you could do with the dream and how, because it's a dream, there are no like rules of logic. You can have views like this where it's the school bus and the canyon and stuff that would be impossible in the real world. Um, but that's also a budget thing, right? They didn't really have a big budget. Famously, in the first Nightmare movie, it was an incredibly limited budget. That's unfortunate, Joe. I love it when people ask me questions about Freemasonry. I think we in Freemasonry have a responsibility to answer questions. I'm more interested in my views on Nightmare on Elm Street, which I'm currently watching part two. Again, I didn't agree with a lot of what he said, but I found some of what he said quite terrible. But no wife deserves to lose her husband. No children deserve to lose their father, and no friends deserve to lose their friend. So my heart went out to his family, and my heart went out to his friends. Um, and that's my answer on that. Well, thinking is good. We got the homeowners association back. There you go. I definitely would not agree with that one, Jeremy. I do understand your point, but I don't agree. Um, I don't think anybody. You should never, whatever is said, it should never result in violence. I've heard that argument before, Joe. I tend not to agree with it, but I understand the argument. I get it, um, but I don't agree. Well, Jeremy, I do have to disagree with you on that one a little bit. Because you read the whole quote, what he actually said was, and I think there's an interesting argument he made there. Again, not defending him, but he said he doesn't like the term empathy, he likes the term sympathy. Because empathy means you're feeling the same thing as somebody else, which is impossible. Sympathy means you're feeling for somebody. And in some ways, you could argue that there's a validity to that in the sense that if you try to say you're being empathetic, are you just taking someone's views, or are you trying to almost, I can't think of the term, like, like, like steal someone's feelings almost? Like, oh, you're feeling, appropriate someone else's feelings. Like, or you're feeling bad, well, I'm empathetic for you, so I feel bad too. And now the way I feel is more important. Sympathy means I don't know exactly what you're feeling, but I have sympathy and can try to feel for you in some ways. I think there's a validity to that. Um, I mean, I'm wrong all the time, Joe. I'm wrong all the time. Gabe has put in some Israeli flags in there. I'm a member of a Masonic lodge in Israel, Tel Aviv. Lodge line number 50. Gabe, please hit the like and subscribe button. I'd appreciate it very much. Well, I definitely don't believe that, Jeremy. Oscar Weston, what's going on? Thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. Please hit that like and subscribe button, Oscar, and let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry or anything else you want to talk about. I'm watching Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2, Freddy's Revenge on AMC Fear Fest. You're right, Joe. You're right. It's funny. I've seen all these movies so many times. I can talk on the chat, do stuff on Twitter, and still know exactly what's happening. We have somebody from that looks like to me Mandarin or maybe Cantonese or Mandarin writing. Welcome. Please hit the like and subscribe button. Sorry, I don't know what you're saying. Thank you, Vivid. How's it going? Do you mean Great Show is in Great Nightmare on Elm Street movie or Great Show is in my live stream? Thank you, Vivid. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. I love how this movie looks. I think all the nightmares have really good atmosphere. The Friday the 13th is more hit and miss, but Friday the 13th, Part 7, I think, has um, the best atmosphere. And all the Halloween movies have pretty decent atmosphere as well. Love this overhead shot, watching Freddy Krueger in the boiler room. Louise, your wife? Sure. Hello, Louise. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here. I'm low key. Go to sleep, Spurs. Go to sleep. For heaven's sakes, 3 days is not healthy. I stay up for 24 hours and I'm exhausted. Hello, deleted 123. Thank you for being here. Well, Jeremy, not cool. Don't make me block you. But I hope everybody's doing well. It's a commercial right now. We're 1 hour, 44 minutes left. 42. You do not need to play 2K. You need to sleep. You need to sleep even up for 2 days, 3 days straight. That's crazy. That is true. The grind does not grind itself. I'm getting older than I look with all this stuff. Oh my gosh, 48. Well, happy birthday to you. Everybody, give a few hearts in the stream for 48 years old. I'm sure you've accomplished a lot in those 48s. Keep up the good work. In those 48 years, keep up the good work. I'm definitely getting tired of this commercial, by the way. I've seen it so many times. Deleted? Please hit the like and subscribe button if you're not subscribed and let me know how you're doing. Thank you, deleted. I know I say it all the time, but I never know for sure how many people have or haven't deleted yet. So, or sorry, deleted, haven't subscribed yet. So I like to say it a lot. I probably say it too much to be honest, but if anybody's trying to renew their passport online, it's really hard. It's really hard because they always run out of. They're limiting the number of people who can do it every day. I may have to do it in person. I don't want to, but I mean, I don't have a choice. Yeah, no, this is one of those things where, yeah, watching AMC Fear Fest, it's the same like three or four commercials over and over and over again. Another classroom scene, very important part of the franchise. I'm not a Satanist, if you're asking me. I'm definitely not. I believe in a supreme being, but the nature of that supreme being is individual. My supreme being, what I believe is the ordered nature of the universe, as expressed through geometric and mathematical principles, represents the supreme being. Well, I think say, I mean, you could argue it depends how much you define spiritualism and how much you define not just spiritualism, but how you define spirit, right? Like Jordan Peterson gets into this all the time, where he'll define spiritualism so broadly, um, and what it means that almost everybody is spiritual, whether they would call themselves that or not. Well, I think Satanists, in theory, based on my understanding of it, they worship themselves, right? I had once a discussion with a Satanist. He was interested in joining Freemasonry, but when I talked to him about what Freemasonry was, he ended up deciding he didn't want to join. But he said his supreme being was himself, and he worshipped the self as being the most important thing, which I would argue is an anti-Masonic idea. The famous unpacking scene is coming up. People, this is one of those famous so bad it's good scenes, or so good it's bad, or pick your term. Maybe just so good it's good scenes. It's a good song. Welcome back, EBOLA. I'm gonna call you E. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing well. How's it going for you? That is true. Every atheist is different. I think some, and that's true for even every, I think, person of any religious faith. The best scene of any nightmare movie, Mr. Keeps, that's what that was. The best scene in any nightmare movie. And don't pretend, Mr. Keeps, like you haven't at some point when you need to clean up your room, dance to that song. We know you've done it. We know you've done it. We all have. We can all just be honest about that. My favorite Freemasonic movie, From Hell, starring Johnny Depp. They just found the journal from the original, which is funny because in the original we never saw Nancy reading a journal, nor do we ever see her, sorry, writing in a journal. And also the information in the journal is very incorrect, which is kind of funny. That was an old quote from a Greek atheist back in ancient Greece. I can't remember the name, but he said the nature of the immortality of the gods means it's impossible to have any proof of them. Something like that. I have not heard of Teapot Lawn. Lakshaya, welcome, Lakshaya. Thank you for being here. Please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button. People have all different beliefs on that. You're welcome to yours. Thank you for being here. So, what is the teapot argument then? Yes, 1428 Elm Street. It was the house in the original film, and before that, it was supposedly Freddy Krueger's house. Jet, I like that movie. I enjoyed it. Okay, I'll look it up, Joe. I've never heard of it before. The world ain't what they said as kids. No, the world ain't, but it's still okay. I'm Freemason since 2007. I've seen weapons and I like it. I'm currently hanging out watching AMC Fear Fest, watching Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2, an hour, 30 minutes to go. Um, I can't read that because if I read it, I'm going to laugh because the last planet in there or the last word in there, I'm a child at heart. So maybe there is a teapot orbiting your Uranus or your anus, Lakshai, but not mine. Never seen the never ending story. But I mean, I guess that makes sense. Well, I'm glad, member. I hope that you enjoy my live stream and you find it not boring. I enjoyed the remake, but I preferred the originals. Earthling, welcome, Earthling. Please hit like and subscribe. What the purpose of Freemasonry is? Well, that's really hard. It depends, Mr. Keeps. Um, they called him in the original a child murderer, but the implication was always that he was doing something else. But for a lot of different reasons, they weren't comfortable going that far with it and saying it until they got to the remake. Um, and they turned up the silliness and the humor of it so much in the latter series of the character that that whole kind of thing just kind of went away. Um, so, what is the purpose of Freemasonry? Asks the world ain't what they said. Honestly, the purpose of Freemasonry really is something every Freemason needs to decide for themselves because it's going to be different. The reason that everybody becomes a Freemason is different, and the reason everybody stays within Freemasonry is different. I can tell you for me, the purpose is to fight for a better world through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth. What I'd also say, and it's an important thing to remember, is you could argue at its core the purpose of Freemasonry as the same as the purpose of any or every group or organization to fulfill the human desire to be part of something greater than oneself, to be part of a group. What you always hear, right, is from Aristotle, man is a political animal. He meant by that not humans are Republicans or Democrats or left wing or right wing or conservative or liberal. Rather, what he meant by that is it is our natural human desire to want to form groups and form organizations and be part of formal structures. And Freemasonry is one way to fulfill that desire. And that is one, maybe you could argue that is the ultimate purpose behind it and any other Masonic group or any other civic group is to fulfill that desire. What is it about kids when they're young that makes them form clubhouses and invite their friends to be part of their club? Why did we form clubs? It's in our nature. It's our desire. It is our wish. Aristotle? Well, in fairness, everybody back then owned slaves. I don't actually know if Aristotle owned slaves or not, but you know, I know I do. I'm gonna call you Cactus. Please hit like and subscribe, anyways. I hope that I answered your question. The world ain't what it's. Where is it? The world ain't what they said. I hope that answered your question. If it didn't, I'll try again. Politics can be very interesting, sometimes too interesting. Um, Sometimes it can get too interesting. Still got a commercial here for the record. Narrow Street Part 2. It's a good way to meet brothers. There are some gay Freemasons. The majority I've met are straight. There's probably far better places to go. I can think of a few clubs or something maybe to meet gay men. Freemasonry is about meeting brothers, not about meeting men of a particular orientation. What is the quote, right? The reason for suffering is we take seriously what was meant to be taken as a joke. There's some truth to that. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. It wouldn't make a difference. ACDC. ACDC. Stab worthy? I hope you're not worthy of being stabbed. Please hit the like and subscribe button, though. Well, I mean, oh my gosh, what happens in the remake? So, um, it's basically what they do. So it's Freddy Krueger's by Haley by oh my gosh, the guy from The Watchmen. So in the remake, they make it explicit that Freddy Krueger was um, a PDF um, PDF um, file, whereas in the original films they were it was kind of subtext and implied, but never said directly. Um, I don't think slavery is okay ever, but I do think when we are discussing ancient history and even American history, if the argument is we shouldn't ever quote, slave owners, then most of ancient through to let's say 1750, 1800, you're not going to be able to quote anybody, right? Because not every, but many ancient Greeks owned slaves, ancient Romans. Like Cicero from ancient Rome was one of my favorite political thinkers and civics thinkers. And Cicero famously owned a ton of slaves. And it's not okay, but that doesn't mean that Cicero's thoughts and insights aren't incredibly valuable. Um, I don't think Satan rules the world. Nor do I think Satan is silence. I don't know what that means even. But actually, I really did. Going back to horror movies, the remake of Nightmare on Elm Street. I think it ultimately did not succeed because ultimately these nightmare films have to be fun, right? That is what they. I know it seems weird to say a scary movie needs to be fun, but they do need to be fun and enjoyable. They need to be scary in the same way going on a roller coaster is scary. Ultimately it's safe. You're going to be okay, but you also know that you're getting that fun. That's why part four, part five, part six I love so much because that ultimately they're fun and enjoyable films. I think the problem with the remake is when it decided to actually go for it and make explicit what was always just kind of implied and oftentimes ignored. I think the danger of that is it was just too heavy for what is ultimately needs to be a fun and enjoyable movie. Um, Well, it wasn't his daughter Raven HQ. That was in Freddy versus Jason. There was also in Freddy's Dead, but in the original, even when I was watching it, because when I saw the original from 1984, I was probably 12 or 13, probably 12, and they said he was they said Freddy Krueger, he was a child murderer, and even me at like 12 years old, I remember thinking to myself, I feel like you wanted to say something else instead of murderer. There was this implication when it came to children and people who target children that there's something else happening. And so they went with murder for different reasons, which we can get into. But I think ultimately it was the right choice because I think it's just too heavy of a thing and too disturbing of a thing. And it hits too close to home for too many people. Whereas the idea of like a monster who attacks you in your dreams with supernatural powers, that's unrealistic enough. It can be fun. Um, well, I think it was in the remake. It was in Freddy versus Jason. We're going to see it. There's definitely an element of the Pied Piper story there. Absolutely. I like Jason's backstory as well. I like the Friday the 13th movies. Movies, my favorite horror movies of all time, though, is Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4 and Nightmare on Elm Street Part 5. Um, the Dream Master and the Dream Child. Oh, that wasn't in a wheelchair. Wasn't that the former speaker? I love Puppet Master Raven. I loved Puppet Master a lot. I like Puppet Master 3 and Puppet Master. Sorry, I like Puppet Master 4 and Puppet Master 5 the best. They are so good. Puppet Master 4 and 5 because they're cheesy. They have that direct to video look and soundtrack. It feels like early to mid 90s early to mid 90s straight to video horror, and I love those quite a bit. I know many Freemasons who do. I do not. Freemasonry doesn't have anything to say about substance use. I guess it would suggest trying to lead a healthy life, and that includes probably not doing substances, but it does, I know some who do. I like Swamp Thing a lot. That's true, Raven. It does. But for me, I didn't like the prequels. I much preferred. By the way, Mr. Keeps, you're going to see some stuff here. Just going to warn you. You're going to see some stuff here. Um, I enjoyed Swamp Thing as well. Again, I think ultimately scary movies need to be fun. There is a value in psychological horror, but I think they need to have a sense of fun and enjoyment and not be taken too seriously. And I think ultimately, even though I love the remake of Nightmare on Elm Street, I think it did not succeed because it took what's supposed to be a fun night at the movies and turned it into something a bit too serious. I hope wars will end as well. I think we all hope wars will end. See you later. Thanks for joining as always. By the way, the bartender is Robert Shea from New Line Cinema. Helped get the original made. There's a few different Robert Shea um, cameos in these movies. In part four, he's the teacher. In part five, he is um, paged his Dr. Shea report. So it's a great thing to watch around Halloween time. I mean, that's why I love AMC Fear Fest. It's Halloween nostalgia. Never seen It's What's Inside. What's that about? By the way, I know I'm talking about scary movies, but if anybody has any questions about Freemasonry, please let me know. That's obviously the purpose of this um, stream. That's not to say we can't have fun talking about other things, though. That's really interesting. I'll see if I can check it out. Is it streaming anywhere? I love Latin. We talked about this yesterday's stream about the importance of preserving languages, especially dead languages like Latin, and trying to bring it back, as well as Greek, as well as First Nations or indigenous languages, as well as Celtic languages. I will, but why don't you hit the like and subscribe button? Well, you can create more accounts, Joe. I'm just kidding. But you can also follow me on socials and Patreon. That's really cool. Um, Raven. Those guys were heroes. There's no question. I get it, Joe. Social media is probably, while it's great, it's also has a lot of challenges to it as well. You're not wrong. JT, I have, well, I don't know if your last name is actually Weisenhout, but I have learned about the Illuminati a little bit from 1777, if I recall correctly. That is a myth, the world. I know many ex-Masons. Honestly, I have never had any issue with people joining Freemasonry and then choosing to leave. I'm perfectly fine with that, and they're not blacklisted. I do get frustrated when people join Freemasonry but don't show up for meetings and don't participate. I tend to get annoyed by that, but even with them, they're not blacklisted. We can still talk to them. So that is a myth. I hope so, Kemal. I'm trying my best to keep learning. That's my goal. I love to keep learning. It's my favorite thing to do. And even though I think I'm failing a lot, I'm still trying my best. No, we could talk to a Mason. Of course we can, James. That's right. I told you going to see some stuff. He wouldn't be blackballed. He would be demitted or suspended, but we can talk to him. That's if he, Masons may not want to. I don't know if there was hard feelings over the suspension, but that's an individual Masonic choice. There's no rules about that. I know many Masons who have left Freemasonry, and I still speak with them. Yes. Well, he wants a physical body, right? They kind of stopped doing it. This in the second movie, they kind of tried something different, and they stopped doing that former. But in the second movie, Jason doesn't like being part of the dream world. He wants to be part of the real world, and so he needs a body to help him escape. And so he wants to use Jesse, like he wants to take over Jesse's body and use it to enter the real world from the dream world. Obviously, the you're going to see some stuff here, Mr. Keeps. Obviously, they stopped with that idea in part three on, which makes sense because he's far more powerful actually in the dream world, right? He can't be killed, he can't experience pain, anything like that. So, like, um, why would you want to be part of the real world? Um, in those cases, right? Um, so because it was, and also Robert England, it's a really good actor, but he's also really small. He's actually was smaller than a lot of the people he was chasing. In the dream world, it works because he has supernatural powers, so it doesn't matter. But when he's in the real world, it doesn't really work very well. It's very different than, let's say, Jason or um, Michael Myers, who are bigger dudes, and it works better. They did not. Robert Englund remained as Freddy Krueger until um, the remake when Jackie Earl Haley played Freddy Krueger. However, they did try to have Um, Donald Warner was going to be Freddy Krueger in part two, but it didn't work. They went back to Robert Englund. And in part five, they had a body double, or not a body double, but they had another actor called, I think it was Michael Scott Smith. I could be wrong. But another actor played Freddy Krueger for the Super Freddy scenes in the comic book part. I like Child's Play. Child's Play is awesome. Um, Child's Play is a great film. I love the original. I think the second one is better. One thing I love about Child's Play is the fact that it takes place in Chicago. And if you've been part of my stream at any given point in time, you know, I love and adore Chicago. I think it's one of the greatest cities in the world, one of the cities that kind of has made me who I am. Nice. I love the commentary. Yes, let's start talking about either Freemasonry or scary movies or AMC Fear Fest. Oh, I'm the commentary? There's great commentary about it. Okay, well, If you want to learn more about this movie, a great thing to check out is Scream Queen, which was a documentary by Mark Patton, who plays the main character in this movie. It does feel that way, Kamal, but I hope we get past that at some point. And I hope we eventually stop feeling the need to make enemies. So, JT, that's not quite true. Um, I know actually many Catholics who are Freemasons. Now, um, you cannot, if you are a Catholic and you are a Freemason, the Catholic Church does say that you cannot take communion. However, how much that's actually practiced or enforced, I do not know. I tend to, so it's my view as well. I tend to prefer the sequels to the original. I think the sequel sets the idea, but the originals refine the idea. With one exception, that's Halloween. I almost always tend to prefer the sequels. Because I think what the sequels do is they are better able to take the original idea and refine it and find the better versions of it, either the better versions of the characters or the better versions of the theory or the story. Um, and also if they have a sequel, usually that's because they have faith in the concept, which means usually the sequel gets more money than the original for a bigger budget. Because if you think about it, when you're trying the first movie, it's kind of like a test. You don't necessarily know how successful it's going to be or whether there are going to be any sequels. So you're maybe hesitant to spend a bunch of money on it. But then if it is successful, suddenly with the sequels, you can up the budget a little bit because you have some track record of success. Um, I agree though, Joe. I do think comedy sequels are less good than horror sequels. Bride of Chucky did. Bride of Chucky kind of started that whole thing. But I mean, in fairness, a lot of these, again, the other reason why I think a lot of these horror franchises became more silly is there's more room to be silly. Like, I gave the perfect example with the Nightmare on Elm Street remake, right? They decided to take that um, movie and make it much more darker and try to take a much more serious approach to it. The problem is it got too dark and it just too serious for the concept and for the people going to see the movies. Whereas you have a lot more space to be silly than to be serious, right? And I think that's the case in the Nightmare franchise and most of these. There's only so serious you can get before it's heavy. But when it comes to comedy and these movies, you have a lot more room to play up the silliness of it um, without it becoming too much for people who are just going to the movies to have fun and forget about things. Friday, there's a Run Michael Run marathon. I love the Halloweens as well. The first, I think Evil Dead was 80s, 1981. Right, 1981 was the first Evil Dead. I've seen some pretty good movies lately. I don't know about that. I really like The Substance. I think you're thinking of Halloween, Raven. The first Halloween came out in 1978. I do remember Dawn of the Dead. Um, I liked the original and I liked the remake. It was Zack Snyder, I think, who did the remake. Never saw any of Squid Games. I'm amazed though that Mr. Beast hasn't done a long walk video. He did Squid Games already, but he didn't do long walk yet. Fast zombies are far more scary than slow zombies, so I'm gonna go with fast zombies. To me, I think slow zombies, you'd probably actually be able to defeat them. I don't. It doesn't seem that scary to me, though. From a um, scientific perspective, if you can use that term to talk about zombies, I feel like slow zombies make more sense if they're literally dead, right? A lot of what found in movies that were zombie-ish movies is they switched it and they instead of making them zombies, they gave them like a disease, like the rage virus. So they were actually still alive, had a beating heart, but that way scientifically it made way more sense that they could run around. Because if you're dead, your bones and your muscles are atrophying, and you shouldn't be able to move at all or have any decent motor control. I'll be back in just one moment. Nobody go too far. Just had to open my window. I mean, impending doom is a fun feeling. If you want a great movie that kind of um, basically takes the idea of impending doom or that feeling and really uses it to great effect, Mulholland Drive. It's a great psychological horror film. I get that feeling, Joe, but I think things are going to be okay. At least you have to believe on some level things are going to be okay. Otherwise, kind of what's the point, you know? This power plant comes back in Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare, if I recall correctly. I don't remember actually for sure. You see it in the remake, The Power Plant, if I recall it correctly. Or actually, no, not the remake. Yeah, you do. He didn't work in a power plant, but you see him escape to a power plant. It was, I agree, it was very interesting. He's still alive. I think he's actually doing tonight's Freddy versus Jason movie. They're great. That's what I'm watching right now. AMC Fear Fest. Part 2, 57 minutes left. Freddy vs. Jason is 6:15 Eastern Standard Time. Let me just double check that to make sure I got that right. Sorry, 6:45 Eastern Standard Time. No, you cannot. No trolling. I'll have to check that out, Joe. Thank you for sharing. I never heard that. I don't think that's true. I could be wrong. I'll have to double check that. It's going great. It's going fun. Currently watching part 2. Let me double check that. That's really cool. I did not know that. This is a false rumor that has been debunked by Mysterio himself, according to Google. IMDb can get things wrong, unfortunately. That's just part of life. Not everybody gets everything right, especially because a lot of these are open source, where you can just add stuff to them. I mean, I don't know. I've used it. That's good. I saw too many movies about how AI is. I mean, we've all seen those movies, so don't get me wrong. Uh, that was I can't think of the name of that movie, Mr. Keeps. I think that was Disturbing Behavior, if I recall it correctly. It was Freddy Bro. Oh, Freddy versus Jason. Okay, you're thinking of that one. Yes, to keep the kids from dreaming, they use hypnosil. All right, I remember now. I thought you were talking about because it's disturbing behavior. There's a movie where they basically every time a kid misbehaves, they just like lobotomize the kid and make him into like some weird zombie straight A student. Welcome, old past master. Thank you for being here, Mark, Mark Master, and Royal Arch as well. Now in Washington, cheers. Thank you for being here, Chili. I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button if you're not already subscribed. Let me know what your thoughts are. We're here chatting about Freemasonry. I'm watching scary movies on AMC Fear Fest. I hope you're doing well. Well, Hypnosil is mentioned in part three, is where it first pops up. Yeah. Well, Dream Warriors is a great movie. Most people, I think, put Dream Warriors as their favorite nightmare movie. For me, it's part four, part five, then part three. But that is true. That's human nature. I mean, art is usually at the forefront of culture, right? And politics. So usually artists are able to see where things are heading before anybody else can. I don't think it's a conspiracy. I think it's just the nature of art to be able to understand maybe where things are going and how or why they're going there. But no, I think they could. Technology, you can recognize technology as it advances and how it advances. What's your favorite of the liberal arts, Chili? For me, it's geometry, the basis of our art. But what's it for you? We got record highs here too. It concerns me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. I miss fall weather. I agree with you, Half Hawk. Very often, what we view as unimportant becomes important. Famously, most often, and we've said this before, right? So many things that were researched without any knowledge of their practical applications, we found out were practical or applicable. There's that famous quote by the person who discovered the electron where he said, "Here's the electron, the most useless discovery ever," which is crazy when you think about how much electrons matter in 2025. I've not, but it is on AMC and I do want to watch it. It's on my list of things I really want to watch. It's record highs here in Ontario too, here in Windsor. So rhetoric and music are great. I think rhetoric is particularly important in our ability to talk with each other. I think if the world had more rhetorical skill, things would be a lot better. Um, how cold? Well, it's not cold right now, but it gets cold, that's for sure. You're not wrong, half hawk, half man. That's a very valuable way to put it. I love football, but I love CFL football. Three downs is better than four downs. It's a real thing. I talk about it a lot on this channel, Chili D. It's a real thing. Um, it's unfortunately a lot of it is the fault of our grand lodges, for better or worse, because we have a smaller and a smaller, not just members, but a smaller and smaller number of members willing to do Masonic work, while at the same time, our Grand Lodges are very often increasing the amount of work that is necessary for us to do. I know as a secretary, the number of forms I needed to fill out as part of official visits is so much higher in 2025 and so much more voluminous than it was in even 10 years ago. And all of those forms are valuable, right? They help ensure our buildings are properly insured, our buildings are maintained, that they have records of attendance and advancement. But it is a great deal of work. And when you have smaller numbers, by definition, or when your numbers are reduced, the amount of work that everybody has to do increases. And then you have the combination factor of brothers leaving the craft, not leaving officially, paying their dues but never attending, which again means other brethren are forced into chairs they maybe don't want to take or are forced to show up to make sure we get quorum. And that breeds resentments and that breeds anger. And that breeds resentments. Somebody once said something really interesting. And it showed a real blind spot, I think, within Freemasonry. It is a creepy scene, Death Stark. He said, look, when you have let's say you have a building in which, let's say, 4 or 5 Masonic lodges meet, and it's owned by a Masonic Temple board. And he said, if 2 or 3 of those Masonic lodges are paying for everything because they're rich, and the other lodges that don't have money are paying for less, he said, you'll end up with resentments. And I said, that's true. However, I also said the one thing you need to remember is if you have a lodge of, let's say, 90 members, but less than half are showing up regularly and putting in work, that will also breed resentments. Even if you argue that 30 to 40 has the time and the others don't, you still get resentment. And resentment is sometimes at the heart of burnout. I don't know if I have any good answers to the problem as somebody who's experienced significant Masonic burnout myself and is still experiencing burnout. Part of it is you need to have outside interests outside of Freemasonry. You can't dedicate your life to Freemasonry exclusively. You need to have outside interests and things you care about. You need to be willing to say no. and accept the fact that you don't let them hold Freemasonry hostage. If you don't want to do something and they say, you need to or the lodge will suffer, then the lodge suffers. If you don't find a way to say no, you're going to you'll burn yourself out, and in the process of being exhausted, you'll become resentful of always saying yes. You have to do that as well. But you also have to understand at a certain level that there is a value to Freemasonry. There is a value to what it presides to the world and presents to the world. And you need to feel to a certain extent as though that value is worth fighting for. Remember what it is you're doing and why you're doing it. But I don't have any great answers for burnout, but it's very real. And it's maybe one of the greatest challenges that we face in Freemasonry. Um, well, affiliates can, I would say rarely, because usually if you're an affiliate, you're probably joining because you want to support the lodge financially, if nothing else, which would tend to be something I would support. I'm a member of 5 lodges, right? So I'm an affiliate 4 times over. I think generally, I personally support affiliations. I think generally they're a good thing for the lodge and for the buildings. Well, sometimes people who may have problems with alcohol can hide their problems quite well. Well, you are not Mr. Keith, but you do have our coin, which is appreciated. You're an affiliate or patron of Square and Compass Promotions, which has its home at the Windsor Masonic Temple. I do pay 5 dues. Luckily, they're not that expensive, but it does grow in expense over time. 40 minutes left in A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2, by the way. Keko Salvar, please hit like and subscribe. I have no idea what you're saying. In what ways would you say chili? Positive or negative? That it's different. Next is the original Nightmare on Elm Street from 1984. Marco, welcome. What do you mean by too much money? Do you mean lodges charge too much money, or Masons are too focused on money? What do you mean by that? That was his breakthrough role. A lot of famous actors get their start in horror. Johnny Depp, Jamie Lee Curtis, Tom Hanks, Kevin Bacon, Superman, Henry Cavill was in Hellraiser. Either get their start or get a very early role in these. Kekosvar, welcome. Joe, I had a crush on Alice Johnson from Nightmare 4 and 5. She, I thought, was incredible. Still think she's incredible. And beautiful. I agree. I think it is a great list. Like I said, it's very common in scary movies for people to become for well, he was in Carrie. For actors to get their start in these films. I didn't know he was in Prom Night. I haven't seen Prom Night in forever and a day. What's happening on Tuesday? I'm trying to think now. Do I have something planned special on Tuesday? If I do, I should remember it. Well, Jason, is just a different creature than Freddy Krueger, right? Um, I think it's the original. Oh, Fear Fest schedule. I think it's the original. I don't think they're showing the remake right now on Fear Fest. Um, because there's a few they're not showing, right? They're not showing Jason X for some reason, Jason in Space. I wish they would. They're also not showing. I think that's the one I can think of on the top of my head. I also they're not showing the new Halloweens from 2018 on, I believe. It depends on where they're at, right? If they're in the dream world, it's Freddy. If they're not in the dream world, it's probably Jason. Although in in the remake or in Freddy versus Jason, Jason holds his own quite well, in fairness. Yes, I do love Leprechaun. That's a great film. That's another one I always recommend to people. If it's a first time horror watch, then you should watch Leprechaun because Leprechaun or Jason Part Six, Friday the 13th Part Six, those are the best films to watch. Okay, Chili's. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not gonna say that that's necessarily a bad thing. If that's why people want to join, then I guess more power to them. You want to make sure, though, that's not your exclusive reason to join Freemasonry. Oh my gosh. Is that American, I'm assuming? That is crazy. The cheesiness makes it fun, Joe. And yes, this scene is great. But if you're making it $1,200 a year, your reasons are probably going to be networking more so than anything else. I was saying in North America, it tends to be, in my experience, between $100 to $200 per year, as high as 500 per year. I don't know many that are higher than that, but 1,200 is a lot. No, I'm not saying you do. I'm just saying sometimes the reasons for men to join Freemasonry, if they're all one thing, that can impact the diversity of the lodge, right? Because when you think about diversity, there's lots of different types of diversity that you need to focus on. Um, and one type of diversity that I think makes the lodge stronger is um, the diversity of reasons for joining and purposes behind joining. But if everybody's joining for a single reason, then the lodge will likely become very stagnant and it'll over focus on one aspect of the craft and fail to focus on the other aspects, right? Um, like, for example, if everybody is joining a lodge because they're interested in history, on the one hand, that will be strong because the lodge will be very good at historical research, but the ritual may start to suffer. If what I said made any sense at all. And also with $1,200 per year, um, that makes me think that it's all also one type of person joining, socially or economically upper class. Um, so yeah. Well, I think money can make things go round, unfortunately, but it's not exclusive. Sometimes interest makes things go round, right? Common interests. It's not exclusively about initiation. Initiation matters, but it's about more than that, right? It's got to be about, I think, more than just initiations. I know why too, Chili's. I know why too. I've actually written about that. I have a Medium page where I talk about Freemasonry. If you ever want to check it out, I talk about um, the dangers of old past masters not allowing lodges to grow and change. Do I believe in fate? I do not, Marcus. I do not. Climber 1920, Philosophy of Fire. I don't recognize that one. Thank you. Let me know, Chili's, what you thought of my discussions, and thank you for being here. And enjoy, I guess, your vacation, because you said you were in DC, but you're in Switzerland currently. Enjoy where you're at, and thank you for being here. By the way, there is, let's see, 27 minutes left in Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2. I mean, you could argue any initiation is for life. You can never undo it, right? But membership is a different story. You don't have to remain a member. Many people do not. I like this song that you hear in the background. I'll take it. Are you saying I look like John Cena? Because I like to think I look like John Cena. Because John Cena is awesome. I think he's very, very cool. So thank you so much for that. CCA, please hit like and subscribe. Thank you for being here. Oh my gosh, any random suggestions? I just saw The Substance and I liked it a lot. Um, I mean, AMC Fear Fest, I always recommend it. Halloween VHS came out on AMC. Um, well, thank you, Maverick. I try to be thrilling. Please hit like and subscribe. Thank you for being here. And why can't I be one step above Timu? Why can't I be Target Matt Damon? You know, because Matt Damon's pretty handsome. So even being Target Matt Damon, I'll take. I don't know if you guys are watching AMC with me. See, this is the thing. Freddy Krueger is an awesome character, but Robert Englund's not a big dude. So that does make it kind of challenging to for him to be acting with other people. Phantasm is great. Anybody else want to give Joel some suggestions? You can't go wrong with like Sorority Row from 2009, which is a favorite of mine. You know, I'm gonna give you a movie that I feel like does not get the love it deserves, which is Incident in a Ghostland. It's available on Tubi, which is a free streaming site, and I think it's incredible. So I'm gonna give you guys Incident in a Ghostland on Tubi. Um, Joe, that'd be my suggestion. John Cena is very smart. You should follow him on Twitter or X, call it whatever you want. He has a lot of really good posts. I liked it a lot. It's a little bit darker of a scary movie. It doesn't really apply in the same way that these movies hit, which are a little bit more silly and fun. But I enjoyed it quite a bit. So I would perhaps suggest that one for you. Well, thank you, Leo. Keep on hitting those hearts. That's the best thing you can do. One of the best things you can do for this stream is keep on hitting those hearts. I don't know. What's the new hype thing? Basically, I just need as many subs as I can get. So please sub, like, comment, subscribe, all that good jazz. The more support I get, the much more, the more further this thing can grow. I'm very close to having community chat ability. I should have it by now, but for some reason, some of my watch hours are still taking forever. Is that a positive or a negative? I'm going to call you AH. Please hit like and subscribe, AH. I'd appreciate it. I don't know what 3-3 is, but I'm going to assume you weren't expecting my voice because my voice is so awesome and manly and seductive, if you will. I should have, Joe. I'd have made a fortune. Could you imagine how much money I would have made? It would have been awesome. No one wants that. Believe me, no one wants that chat line. I can promise you that. I cannot pronounce that to save my life. I'm going to call you EY. Welcome, EY. Thank you for being here. Please hit like and subscribe. I do not chili juice, but I do encourage people to like and subscribe. I'm watching scary movies on AMC Plus, chatting about Freemasonry. I should start that then. For heaven's sakes, I should be starting that. There's not really levels in Freemasonry. That's a little bit of a myth. I am a Master Mason, third degree. I also joined Scottish Rite, and I am 18th degree Scottish Rite. But when you think about levels within Freemasonry, you really need to think about it and focus it in terms of Entered Apprentice, Fellow Craft, Master Mason. am not Illuminati. Illuminati is kind of a myth or a conspiracy theory, right? Illuminati don't really exist in the way people think they do. They really stopped being irrelevant by the early 19th century. I did. I did. I've been seeing a lot of it. Um, Death Star. I've been seeing a lot of that commercial. So, well, that's impressive. So there is no, when people say Freemasons Bible, they kind of get it mixed up a little bit. There is no actual quote unquote Freemasons Bible that is like unique to Freemasonry. It's just the King James version of the Bible usually. But it has a square and compass on the cover, and it has a place for those members who were at initiation to sign. And it's given as a keepsake to the new member. I'm not really Christian, so I don't have one, and it wouldn't really make sense to give to me as a gift per se. But I've seen many of them, so I know you're joking, Death Stark. But some people definitely, I like those dogs. Some people definitely what's the word? They think the Masonic Bible is some type of Bible that's like full of Masonic secrets. That's not the case. Well, Chile, so Freemasons and Scottish Rite, they're the same thing. Scottish Rite is an appendant body within Freemasonry. By the way, what I'm doing right now, Chile, Juice, if you want to hang out with me, is I've got AMC Fear Fest on, watching Friday or watching Nightmare on Elm Street Part Two. Um, so it's a power plant where Freddy Krueger worked. They kind of got rid of this as an idea in the second after the second movie, but that's what it is. So there's two ways to answer that question, Chili. Freemasons, one thing that we do is we maintain our Masonic lodges both in administrative fashion, minutes, correspondence, paying bills, all the administrative tasks that you need to do to maintain an organization. And then we have our degrees and rituals where we bring in new Masonic members. Then Masonic lodges can engage in charitable activities, social activities, or a combination of both. They can visit brethren who are ill, who are sick, basically anything a social support system or network would do. But more generally, what we do, I believe, is we make the world a better place through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth. I gotta be honest, I love Phantasm, but I'm very, like, not conversant. I don't think I've seen any of the sequels. I don't even remember when I saw the original. I couldn't tell you anything about the movie. From somebody who loves scary movies, well, I don't think they do that. I mean, they're all legitimate dogs I like dogs more than people, so there you go, Joe. So, Chili, yeah, as James says. I hope I've answered your question, Chili. I hope that you'll hit the like and subscribe button. It depends on where you're at and jurisdictions. I don't want to say because there's not a single Masonic like designation. Freemasonry, it depends on which state it's in, which province it's in, which country it's in. As a general rule, though, certainly Masonic buildings are nonprofits, and I would say most Masonic lodges are nonprofits or could be considered as such. But you'd have to go and check each building and how it operates to know for sure. Especially the buildings tend to be the ones that get registered, either as charities, nonprofits, never as religious organizations, though, because Freemasonry is not a religion. Chile, where are you from, if you don't mind my asking? What part of the world do you find yourself in? Well, I mean, it depends. Okay. It depends on what you mean by that. If you are already a Freemason, or let's say you have family that are Freemasons, then you would go to the benevolence committee within your lodge normally. If there is no benevolence committee, you go to your secretary, and you would just explain the situation and what it is that you need and why. If you are not a Mason, but you want to fundraise for some type of charitable cause, like let's say you belong to, I don't know, a group that collects money for cancer or whatever it is, or a legitimate organization that does something like that, what you can do is apply, write a letter. Just say, I'm with the, I don't know, American Heart Institute, and we're looking for donations to help do research on um, cures for heart disease, and see if they respond to you that way. If you're just a private individual and you're looking for support of some sort, however that may be, you can write a letter, explain who you are, the challenges that you faced, and why you need financial assistance. I would say if it's the latter, it's rare for Masons to give out charitable donations to just individuals who are not members or not part of organizations, but you can write a letter and ask. It can't hurt. Um, but I would say that's very rare. Normally, for charitable endeavors, it's the membership and then community organizations. Oh, then that's not us at all, Chili, because I cannot build anything to save my life. Freemasonry is a fraternal or charitable organization. It's not masonry in the sense of building things out of stone, or tradesmen. It's a social group or social club. It evolved from stonemasons who built things out of stone, but that's a very different thing. So sorry, can't help you with that at all. No worries. I appreciate you being here. Well, I'm sorry about that, Destark. That sucks. Not something I'd ever support. So I'm happy at least it's no longer the case that that's I hope that's over for you. But that still sounds like it sucks. Nightmare on Elm Street. Nightmare on Elm Street is my favorite horror series and my favorite movies of all time. Not just horror, not just nightmare, but just my favorite movies of all time. Nightmare on Elm Street 4 and Nightmare on Elm Street 5. Um, the Dream Master and the Dream Child. So earlier today, it was really fun getting to, on AMC Fear Fest, watch parts 4 and part 5. Um, on AMC Fear Fest. Very nostalgic for me. No, but I've heard about it. I've heard it's really good. So I want to watch it for sure. Well, Depends. Unfortunately, human nature is such that there will always be biases. I hope that we, as we move forward in time, reduce those biases more and more. There were many black men who joined Freemasonry in the 1930s, what would be called AF and AM Freemasonry. However, for those where the lodge was simply too prejudiced or prejudicial or whatever it might be, um, they did have Prince Hall Freemasonry. Prince Hall Freemasonry being a Masonic fraternity for black men that exists not just in America but in Canada and overseas. It was founded by Prince Hall, who was a freed slave. And yeah, I wish I could say that Freemasons were, somehow completely free of bias, but that is just not the case. But I hope that as time moves on and as time gets better, or as time moves forward, those racial biases continue to reduce until they're no longer in existence. I can tell you, in my experience, joining since 2007, Freemasonry has welcomed men of all different faiths and backgrounds and beliefs and ethnicities. Ugh, starting to hate Albert Pike. Albert Pike wrote Morals and Dogma. One of the sayings that I'm fond of is Freemasons know about Freemasonry because they're Freemasons, while non-Freemasons know about Freemasonry by reading Albert Pike. He was from Nebraska, if I recall correctly. He was Scottish Rite. A lot of what he said, there's value to it, but a lot of it is very overrated. And he also got a lot of things incorrect as well. So we are not Stormy, but I do appreciate you being here nonetheless. Thank you for being here. Stormy, please hit like and subscribe, despite the fact you are wrong. We are neither satanic nor Luciferian. That, again, I think you've been reading too much Albert Pike. Okay, so was mine. Actually, my grandfather on both sides, so my mom's father and dad's father were Freemasons, as was my father. So I've got a ton of Masonic history within my Masonic family. When you say high enough, how high do you believe you need to be? Because I've been a Mason for approximately 20 years. I've attended over 1,000 events in 5 different countries. And I am an 18th degree Scottish Rite. So, what if I told you that I've sat with and interviewed and taken part in or Masonry with many 33rd degree Masons? I've also attended unannounced different Masonic events with 33rd degree Masons. And I've never seen any examples of anything satanic or Luciferian or otherwise. Like I said, Stormy, I think you've been checking out a little bit too much Albert Pike. Well, that's very high, Chili. That's too high. That's too high. Just calm down now. Actually, I'm somebody, with the exception of caffeine and coffee, and obviously prescribed medications, which I sometimes need to take, don't do any substances. Thank you, James. That's very kind of you. Um, I don't. Coffee, tons and tons and tons of coffee. Um, helps me with my um, what's the word I'm looking for? Helps me with my Masonic burnout. It was not, but it's hard to tell. You can't slur your typing. But having said that, don't add nothing to excess. Always be careful. Well, it's definitely not the best. You should only take it as prescribed. But I do always mention that because when I say I don't do substances, well, I used to always say I don't do substances. But the reason I don't say that anymore, hand coming through the heart in three, two, one. There it goes. Mr. Keeps, I knew that was coming. Um, I used to always say I don't do substances, right? But I have somebody who I used to work in a jail and I used to work in probation, and I saw a lot of people develop real problems with prescription medications and even in some cases with caffeine pills. But they would say, well, they're prescribed or they're legal, so it's not a substance like alcohol, like, heroin or whatever it is. So now I always say I do use substances, prescription medication, and caffeine. Those are substances. They come with risks, but I take them as prescribed by my doctor, and I'm very careful as how much I take. And if I do have any concerns, I talk to my doctor about my concerns. So, yeah, I think that's just something I always try to mention now because I don't want people thinking that just because it's prescribed or, it's over the counter, that it doesn't come with a certain level of risks. Well, there is no morality to Freemasonry in the sense that every Mason has his own morality, right? So if you are, for example, if you are a Mason who is Muslim, then your morality is going to be based on your understanding of your faith, right? Morality is if you are Christian, Christian faith, Jewish, Jewish faith. If you're like me and you don't actually have a faith, my morality is based on my understanding of an ordered universe and the ability to make rational decisions therein, right? There is no Masonic, like, this is the moral thing to do. That's what each individual has to decide for themselves. Now, there are understandings you can develop, building of the glove, through Freemasonry. So, for example, there is no morality to being a football player. However, if you are a football player and you're dedicated to it, you will learn lessons in teamwork, dedication, practice, physical fitness, sacrifice for your team. And all of that stuff, you could argue, has a moral component to it, but it's not amorality. Freemasonry is the same way. It's not amorality, but there is, to a certain extent, lessons that can be imparted. They can have a moral quality to them. We have Amanda Weiss on screen on AMC Fear Fest. I met Amanda Weiss. She thought I was slow. She thought I was mentally disabled. Um, well, Stormy, I can be friends with Muslims. Um, they're good people. I've been friends with many Muslims. If you want me, I can tell you the story about when I met Amanda Weiss and how and why she thought I was slow mentally. I probably am, honestly, I'm very not smart. So I can understand why Amanda Weiss would think that way. But chili juice. And by the way, if everybody's watching AMC with me, I hope you will hang out and watch AMC Fear Fest with me. Um, so my thoughts on Charlie Kirk. This is my personal opinion. I was not a fan of him personally, but no wife deserves to lose the husband. No kids deserve to lose their father. No friends deserve to lose a friend. I think his parents were still alive, right? No parents deserve to lose a child. And so I think it was a tragedy. I can say that while still saying I very much disagreed with most of what he said based on what I saw. I didn't see everything he said, in fairness. So It's tough for me to say for sure because I do understand one of the dangers of social media in 2025 is I'm trying to find something here is clips can be taken out of context, and that's something you always have to keep in mind. Um, but there were a lot of Freemasons who, who supported Charlie Kirk, I'm sure, and a lot who didn't like him. And every Freemason decides for themselves. BB, I'm just going to call you B. I am Canadian, Windsor, Ontario. And I love Canada, my favorite country in the world, partially because you have the greatest neighbors in the world. I love the States as well. You're not gonna watch the original, Mr. Keeps? Most people love the original. Um, it's my favorite. Well, it's not my favorite, but this is the start of my favorite series, right? Well, no, mayonnaise is disgusting. Any color. You can try, Stormy, but I'm pretty tough. I'll claw those invaders' eyes out. Actually, I have no legs, so I'll bite their ankles out. I'm in a wheelchair. That sounds disgusting too. Mayonnaise in general, I've had this discussion. Mayonnaise is gross. Mayonnaise is gross in any form. It's like ranch. It's disgusting. Oh, welcome. Stop slacking. I've been a Mason since 2007, so almost 20 years. Who's my favorite Canadian celebrity? I'm going to go with the controversial pick, Justin Bieber. So stop. I've been a Mason for 20 years approximately, since 2007. Stop, please hit like and subscribe. We got the on AMC Fear Fest right now. We got the debut of Johnny Depp. Hey man, I like his music. What can I say? But Shania Twain is incredible. Not a big comedy fan, so I'm not really into like Jim Carrey the way a lot of people are. Michael J. Fox, I enjoyed Spin City, I guess. Bret Hart, the greatest professional wrestler, or one of the greatest professional wrestlers of all time. And then Owen Hart, Edge, Trish Stratus. Um, I don't know. I don't know what ascension is, but in a general rule, you need to understand when it comes to Freemasonry, there is no universal Masonic belief, because Freemasonry is not a religion. So, you know, there's about 850,000 Freemasons in the United States, give or take. So you'd have to ask all 850,000 of them what their thoughts are. But I need to know what ascension is. We're tougher than we look, Stormy. We're pretty tough. Bubbles from Trailer Park Boys? Is that to whom you're referring? I did not. Everybody always tells me like blame Canada, but I don't know. I think that comes from the South Park movie, but I don't know what it means. Or was it? Yeah, I've never seen it. Not a huge South Park fan, to be honest. I mean, it's crazy how long it's been going for. It's been going on for like decades. I remember in high school it was going on. Well, that's very funny because none of those are Canadians. I don't quite get the joke, but I mean, heck, Bob Marley is pretty incredible. Unless they are Canadians and I just was not aware of it, but I'm nearly positive they're not. But hey, I don't know everything, so maybe I'm wrong. Or are you trying to say comedians? But no, because Marley, Springsteen, and Presley aren't comedians. People can like Jordan Peterson. I'm not a big fan of Jordan Peterson, but people can like him. I do not know about Devin Larratt. See, I'm not a big fan of the zombies. For me, my horror movie is more based on slashers and whodunits. That's what I love. But I'd say Dawn of the Dead, the remake. Oh, from Blue Rodeo, I think it was, right, Stormy? It's a great band. If that's what I'm thinking of. Lost Together is a great song. Because it was scary. Just quoting this movie that I've seen a million times. Okay, so I got. Who am I thinking of then? Who is the lead singer of Blue Rodeo? Somebody look it up for me. My favorite Who Done It. So my favorite Who Done It, just of all time, not counting horror, is actually Clue. Clue is such a good movie, and I'm happy to see it's kind of getting a lot of attention once again. Um, my favorite whodunit in terms of horror films is actually Sorority Row from 2009. Um, yeah, I think I understand what Jordan Peterson was trying to say with this whole be a monster thing, but I'm not a fan of it either. I think what he should be trying to say is be capable, but he chose to use the term monster as a way to kind of be I don't know what the word is, to be provocative. But I think the problem is when you're trying to be provocative for its own sense, um, it's not helpful, right? And what be a monster should mean is just be capable, be hyper capable. I love Scream. Scream is Scream is an excellent franchise. Really, no, almost everybody agrees every Scream movie is decent. Scream 4 is my favorite of all the Screams, but they're all really good. Hey, if it worked for you, Lon, that's all awesome. I Know He Did Last Summer. I'm one of the few who likes all the I Know He Did Last Summers, both the original, the sequel. I think the sequel is the best. I love the third one that went direct to video, and then I loved the most recent one. By the way, everybody watching this, don't forget to check out some of my past work as well. We have a lot of um, people checking out my new stuff, which is awesome. But I do need people to make sure to check out my old stuff as well. It's kind of just as important, in some ways more important, that you check out my back catalog. I agree, and it's just I think Jordan Peterson became internet brained, and part of that means using the most provocative language to make points that don't need it, in order to get the algorithm to kind of notice you. Um, I just think he kind of fell down some very, very not good rabbit holes. He did do some of that. He did do some of that. You're not wrong. There's ways to be both. There's definitely ways to be both. I'm not sure those two things have to be in opposition to each other. Although I will say sometimes, especially Peterson, seems like the most sensitive person on the planet. So I'm not sure if he's the best one to be arguing for the necessity of truth over sensitivity. Because it seems like whenever I would turn on a video of him, he'd be crying about something. So I don't know how much I would go with that one. Just watching AMC Fear Fest. 1 hour, 57 minutes left in A Nightmare on Elm Street, the OG. Well, then I must be one of those two things. Although I was always conservative, actually. Uh, I used to work for actually the Prime Minister's office under Stephen Harper. One thing I am, though, for sure, is about to burst. So this is my um, this is my co-host. be back in a couple of moments. Because I have to go to the washroom like crazy. All right, I made it back. Yes, it was. But I made it back. Thank you guys, whoever stuck around with me. You see what happens with these streams? How absolute. Oh, don't you worry, Stormy. I did. I did. I don't know if anybody's watching AMC with me, but we have got about an hour and 47 minutes left in the original. Stormy, I hope you hit the like and subscribe button if you've not done so yet. And by all means, keep asking me about Freemasonry. I'll do my best to answer those questions for you. I can't make any promises that I'll know everything. I've been a Freemason for 20 years, so there's a lot I don't know. But there's also, I like to think, a lot I know. And I'd love to hear more. Or at least what your thoughts are. What is 67? Well, Joe, that's a weird thing to say. Let's try to keep it a little bit more PG over here on this stream. I do not speak French. I want to. I definitely want to speak French, but I do not as of now. It's on my bucket list, but it's been on my bucket list for years, and I still haven't done it yet. So I do not. I promise you, I do not. I've argued should be speaking more. I do not speak Luciferian either because Luciferian is not a Masonic thing, despite what your friend of mine, Albert Pike, may have been interpreted as having said. I do not, Joe. Let's put you in a bit of a timeout there for 5 minutes. I do not own a pressure cooker. I own an air fryer. I met Ronnie Blakely as well once. She's on the screen right now. Oh, I think that's Robert Shea's voice as the newscaster. I don't know what a chick comic is, CHIC, but a lot of people have posted comics being negative towards Freemasonry. I've seen a couple of them. None of them seemed correct to me. However, what I would say, I guess, is, you can take my word for it. You can take the comics word for it. You kind of have to decide for yourself what it is that you want to believe. Right now, I can tell you what to think about Freemasonry. I can only tell you my experiences and hope that the fact that its personal experiences do lead to at least some maybe credibility in my comments and my ideas. But you have to decide at the end of the day for yourself. I could be super dab. You are absolutely correct. I 100% could be. I'd be way too romantic. You're right. It'd be too much. I'd be too romantic if I spoke French. It'd be too much for them to handle. Oh, let me tell you, they're chasing me all the time. It's so much. It's hard to be me. I would love a burger right now. I am very hungry. Oh, one of my favorite quotes, the original classroom scene. He was. He was also 33rd degree in Southern jurisdiction. Keep that in mind, which is unique from Northern jurisdiction, and in some ways even unique from Canadian Supreme Council. And 33rd does not give you a higher rank in terms of your influence. So, for example, I was recently in a Masonic meeting. I was the worshipful master, or I am the worshipful master, and there was a vote, and we had one 33rd degree Mason who voted no. Every other Mason voted yes, and the motion passed. Being a 33rd didn't make any difference. He's not, 11 times more influential or important than any other Mason in there, and his vote doesn't carry any more weight. So you need to be careful that you don't overemphasize the importance or the idea that Freemasonry or 33rds are somehow incredibly important. That's just not the case. It's very much overdone and considered overly important. Uh, Polite, say sorry a lot, love Tim Hortons coffee, quiet. Um, oh my gosh, I don't even know what else I can think of. Love donuts, which we do. Love hockey, which we do. What about American stereotypes? Uh, I mean, loud, love football, maybe overindulgent. I tend not to be a big fan of stereotypes. I think they usually cause more trouble than they're worth. I mean, Oddfellows is a much later organization than I think Pirates. I'm not sure that's so. I can't speak to that. I've never heard of that before. That's a stereotype. Freemasons can be a lot louder than, or sorry, Freemasons. Americans can be a lot louder. That is, I think, very often, a stereotype. I think sometimes it can be true. I'm in my many travels to the States. It does seem like maybe Americans trend toward the louder side sometimes. We got the worm scene from Nightmare. Well, I hope then that the trauma helps, does a little bit better for you, or you manage to deal with that trauma. I just think it's Americans just tend to be a little bit louder. Nothing's wrong with that. Maybe if Canadians were a little bit louder, we'd have some benefits to it. Who knows? Oh, it's the U.S. Navy's 250th birthday. The first, people don't know this, but um, um, the first U.S. naval admiral was a Freemason. I can't remember his name now. I used to know this. I'll figure this out. Not all the founding fathers were chili juice. Many were, but not all. There's Lin Shay, by the way. George Washington, Ben Franklin. The British are coming. Who said that? Who said the British are coming? He was I can't think of his name now. He was one. John Paul Jones was. John Hancock, but not even the majority, but many were. Paul Revere. Paul Revere was a Mason. Um, I am not, because I don't have a hat. I am a Freemason, Rainy Girl. Please hit like and subscribe. But I am not, I know no magic of any sort. Well, luckily, Canada is about more than ethnicity. So I actually got a pin and a coin from a Masonic lodge that was founded by Paul Revere. He was the Grand Master of the Grand Lodge in Massachusetts. Ben Franklin was the Grand Master of the Grand Lodge in Philadelphia, which is kind of a cool little note. I'll check that out, Death Stark. Canada is a country, Stormy, and it's a wonderful country. Greatest country in the world, in my humble opinion. Scottish Rite came later, so they wouldn't really have been Scottish Rite. I'm trying to find pictures of the U.S. celebrating 250th anniversary. Thank you, Death Stark. That's very kind. We want to be kind on this stream. It is actually, yeah. It was founded in France. I forget why it was called Scottish Rite now. I used to know, but it ended up being coming from France. At least that's the common story. It did not. It arose in France at first. Well, they were. I mean, it's just the definitions get kind of funky. Really, the way to think about it at that time is they were just Masons, right? York Rite and Scottish Rite as appendant bodies came later. Some would call their ritual York ritual and my ritual emulation. But for the purposes of this stream, I think the simplest and easiest way to understand it is they were just Craft Lodge Masons or Blue Lodge Masons. I don't believe that they ever joined any appendant bodies, to my knowledge. Maybe many people had allegiances against England at various points in history. It does. It can be anywhere between, in my experience in North America, it's usually about 500 for the first time initiation fee, and then between 100 $200 per year for dues, but they can be higher or lower. Each lodge sets its own rates as it relates to Masonic dues. It depends really on how expensive the location in which they find themselves is. If you're in a small town, you might have a cheaper due structure because it might be less expensive to be a Mason. If you are, let's say, New York City, where things are a bit more expensive, you might have a more expensive dues structure. Let me see if I can. I just got to get my charger hooked up. Give me 1 second. My phone is running out of juice. You do not, Rainy Girl. There is what are called. Well, okay, let me rephrase that. Actually, first, let me set up my charger. Then, let me grab some water. Then, let me tell you the answer to your question. By the way, Rainy Girl, if you're not, I hope that you will subscribe to the podcast. Hit that like and subscribe button. And thank you for being here. And sorry, I know that this is. My phone is kind of shaking right now for some reason. There we go. There we go. Took me a second, but we're okay. All right, I'll be back in just one moment, and then I'll answer your question. All right, so I'm back. So when it comes to uniforms, we do have in Freemasonry what are called aprons, Masonic aprons. Oftentimes they are just plain white aprons, though as you move up in rank, they can become more fancy and more kind of involved. Usually when you first join Freemasonry, sorry about the uh, our friendly neighborhood first responders. Let's give it 1 second. When it comes to the aprons, usually they're just plain white leathern aprons at the start. When you join, you have to pay an initiation fee. Normally, a percentage of that goes to paying for the paying for the apron. Then, if you become, let's say, what's called a district deputy or a grandmaster or something where you need a very fancy apron and fancy collars, and usually that includes you need to wear a tuxedo. You have to pay for that on your own usually, and that can be very, very expensive. Cool, Death Star. Thank you for sharing the story. And Rainy Girl, I hope that answered your question. And like I said, anybody who's not yet, please hit the like and subscribe button. It would be truly appreciated. Sure, sure, they can, which is actually one of the reasons why I'm always telling newer Masons, just because someone has a ring like this, right? Just because someone has a ring or even a T-shirt or a necklace or anything with the Masonic symbol, don't assume they're automatically a Freemason, because a lot of times now shops will sell that stuff because people like the design without them being Freemasons. And so that's just kind of one of those things where you have to, always be careful. Technically, in most cases, the square and compass symbol is trademarked by the Grand Lodge. So in Ontario, this symbol is trademarked by our Grand Lodge. But to actually go and find it and, try to enforce the trademark is pretty much impossible, to be honest. Um, so yeah, I agree with you, Death Stark. I think, well, here's what I'd say. The Mason makes the apron, not the other way around. You can put whatever type of fancy apron you want um, on a Mason. If he's not a good Mason, it's not going to make a difference. Nice, Rainy Girl. That's awesome. My advice to people is always, if you find anything Masonic like that, find the closest Masonic lodge and return it to them, because it may belong to a brother who lost it, or the family may want it, or they may want it for their archives. Having said that, I mean, finders keepers, I guess. If you find it, then I guess it's yours. But I always encourage brethren to, or mace, or people to return it, because it might be something very important for people. It's no worries if you didn't, though. It's no worries at all. Well, not quite. I've taken breaks. It's not been a full 63, but thank you for that, Sean. I've been taking breaks in and out. You can thank AMC Fear Fest for having this Freddy versus Jason marathon. Sean, if you want to support the channel, become a Patreon member. That's the best way to do it. You can even join for free, but if you pay anything, that'd be even more helpful. You can follow me on Discord. You can follow me on Medium. Follow me in all these spots. It's going well, not quite normal. How are you doing? I mean, a lot of people admire Johnny Depp, and he went through a lot, certainly, but he seems to be doing okay. Johnny Depp is in the original Nightmare. I don't know if you guys are watching with me on AMC, but that was his debut. So it makes sense that he would be an inspiration to you for all of his work. Well, then you're taking some big risks there. Oh my gosh, what a question that is. I mean, I think everybody has to kind of find their own journey for that, right? I think hopefully, in some ways, Freemasonry can help you um, by giving you some general guidelines or philosophies. Finding a group of people that you support or that support you is a big way to help. I think that has to be the key, to be honest. And find people to hold you accountable, right? Don't be afraid to talk about those negative thoughts that you have, whatever they may be. I find oftentimes negative thoughts get more powerful the less we talk about them. Finding the source, that's a very good way to do it as well, right? What is it? I mean, that's cognitive behavioral approach, right? What is it you're thinking? Why you're thinking these things? How can you potentially think something different? Sometimes holding things back, yeah, it's like taking poison that you have to kind of deal with yourself, right? So I could see that 100%. I am not Illuminati, and I don't think the Illuminati are gay because they don't exist, at least not in any significant or meaningful way. They were founded in 1777, but they really went out of, I don't know, style, out of, they just kind of stopped existing by the early 19th century, really. I'm sure there's still a few guys in a few different garages calling themselves Illuminati, but that doesn't mean that they exist. Well, you are not going to hear me fart. Like a good Canadian, I will hold it in. But Foxtrot, I hope you'll hit the like button and the subscribe button. That'd be very kind of you. I am a Freemason. Um, I know some gay Freemasons, but Freemasonry is not about sexual orientation one way or the other. So that does not come into it. But Yuri and Foxtrot, I hope you'll both hit the like and subscribe button, especially Foxtrot since I'm holding it in right now and not farting. You could at least hit the subscribe button in honor of that. I am watching AMC Fear Fest, Nightmare on Elm Street, the original. Um, if you want to watch along with me, there is about an hour and 17 minutes left. Because I love scary movies. Well, I've always thought, Yuri, there could be some really fun, scary movies set in Masonic lodges because they're always old buildings. They've got a lot of like different rooms in them. They have that old architecture. It could be really fun to like see to set a scary movie in a Masonic lodge. I also had an idea for a movie about Freemasons versus zombies, kind of like Boy Scouts versus zombies, which is a movie that came out a few years ago. I think that would be a lot of fun as well. So I must have missed it. It's been a long live stream, in fairness. It's been, what, 4 hours and 15 minutes? So it's been a very long live stream as of right now. But thank you for being here nonetheless. Thank you to everybody for being here. I will be back tomorrow, 1 p.m. we're going to be back to talking about Freemasonry again. But, that's for later. Oh, we're not biting on that joke. That's too too gross, probably. Always, you're a swell. I try to be swell. I hope I am. Not quite normal. If you want to help support the channel, you can check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/square and compass. I'll take it, Yuri. Well, I'm not going to, Joe, so you're on your own. The famous, do I have any books out? No. I have a lot of writing, though, on Medium. I don't know, not quite normal if you follow Medium, but maybe you want to check it out. Um, my Medium work, you can find it at, let me just get the link for you. I've written a lot of stuff on Freemasonry, and I'm looking for more followers there as well. Let me see now. So not quite normal. Medium.com/@Adamson-Cameron. I hope that you will maybe copy and paste that, click that into Google, if you can, click on it, and follow me on Medium. My written work on Freemasonry, I really enjoy it. I'm trying to get more and more followers there. Thank you, Not Quite Normal. Well, Yuri, South Park doesn't know everything. What can I say? South Park doesn't know everything. Please take a moment, though, Yuri, and hit the like and subscribe button. Heck, in honor of South Park, I'm sure those guys would want you to. We see the epic blue door from Nightmare on Elm Street. Let me just, by the way, I hope you guys follow me on Twitter too, or X or whatever it's called. If I could get this thing. For heaven's sakes. It's very hard to type when I got my camera set up like this. All right, there we go. This famous actor, I forget, he was in a bunch of stuff in the 70s, who played Nancy's dad. Well, I can't. I'm going to stick to keeping it the same. One hour, 11 minutes left in A Nightmare on Elm Street, 1984. on AMC Fear Fest. Well, luckily that doesn't happen, Yuri. If you're just joining us, welcome. Jump in the chat, say hello. Mazarin. My name's not Frankie, but it's good to see you here. Sorry, Yuri. I think you've been reading some incorrect stuff on the internets. Perhaps some conspiracy theories, if you will. I'll take Frankenstein. That's actually coming out soon. It looks really cool. By Guillermo del Toro. Oh, I think I would know if those things were happening. And also because I've also seen all sides of the Masonic ritual. And by the way, there's no guarantee that anybody is even blindfolded. You're making a lot of assumptions that I can neither confirm nor not confirm. So I will let you have your assumptions, but what I'll say is you're incorrect about what you are saying. They do not quite normal. They do. Welcome name omitted. I couldn't if your name was omitted. I couldn't stalk anybody. And also, I'm in a wheelchair. So, in fairness, so long as you climb up one flight of stairs or even 3 steps, my stalking is no longer possible. I keep that in mind. Well, I hope, Yuri, you'll still hit the like and subscribe button. Whether you are correct or incorrect, or perhaps despite being incorrect, you'll hit the like and subscribe button. Mazarin, you're not wrong. It is pretty crazy. When you think about how long the Earth has existed and 44 million years, how long that is, it's pretty crazy to think. I love history, not history going quite that far back. That technically is not even history. That's prehistory because it predates writing. There might not be any blindfolds to steal. You don't know that there are such things. Right? I neither confirm nor deny. And I don't need likes that badly. I don't know why somebody would ask you that either. But okay. I suspect that the blindfold industry is probably being kept alive um, by people engaging in activities that have nothing to do with Freemasonry, if I had to guess, where the industry gets its support. I don't know much about Skull and Bones, right? It's a fraternity, primarily in Yale. Yeah, but it's not something I know much about or can speak to. There you go. It's not quite normal. Points out also for those things. So keep that in mind as well. We do not. We do not make up parts of the gay community nor the straight community. That's not what Freemasonry is about. It's not about sexual orientation at all. But all right, Yuri, if that's what you want to believe, then there you go. I wonder if anybody's actually watching these movies with me. AMC Fear Fest. Again, 1 hour and 5 minutes left in A Nightmare on Elm Street, 1984. Because I love horror movies, I was going to be watching this anyways. I figured, you know what? Why not be on stream while I'm doing it? At least that way it's something a little bit different, you know? But I know straight Freemasons too. And I mean, I know far more straight ones than gay ones, but you know, if Freemasonry does not discriminate, that's the point, based on LGBTQ grounds, nor should it. Here's quite the scene. If you're watching this with me, 1 hour, 4 minutes left. They're in the Katya Institute for Sleep Disorders. You're going to see them light up a cigarette in a hospital. Talk about a crazy time warp. To see somebody smoking in a hospital. Welcome, RS. Thank you for being here. How's it going? I hope you're doing well. If you want to hang out with me while I watch AMC Fear Fest, please do so. Fear Fest, I mean, Fear Fest goes for all of October. Today it finishes with Freddy versus Jason. So, which will finish at the Freddy versus Jason comes on at 6:45. I'll be going till this like 7:45. I'm trying to do this RS, so support the channel to help me make this my job. You can also support me on Patreon, patreon.com/at Square Compass Promotions. You can do even $3 a month, or you can just like and subscribe to the channel. And all of that stuff helps out big time. But I did work in a jail for 5 years. I worked in a jail, and before that, I was a probation officer. Courtney, welcome. How's it going? Good. I'm glad. How's your proficiencies going? Well, that's the question. Does Jason have nightmares? Technically, he's a zombie from 6 on, so If you are a zombie, do you dream? Thank you for the hearts. I don't know if that's Smokey the Clown. If he's in, welcome. Or the hundreds. I think Freemasonry was invented by a very smart dry cleaner, at least in Canada, because all we do is eat soups and chilies, while at the same time we have to wear tuxedos. That's a concept I can see. Fair enough. Welcome if you're hanging out. We're just watching Fear Fest on AMC. You can watch along with me. Hanging out, talking about my favorite thing, which is Freemasonry. What is up, Raynash Nair? I hope you're doing well. Please hit the like and subscribe button. The Freemasons, of course. The Freemasons would win. I do not know what you're referring to, the gaming, Willis. Who is Mr. Jellybean? But please hit like and subscribe. I don't really watch a ton of Rick and Morty. Do I enjoy his stuff when I see it? I will if you hit the like and subscribe button. Then I will look it up, I promise. Oh, well, maybe I won't look it up. But B-U-G? But you have the weird umlauts, so it's like boog. Bug, welcome. Thank you for being here. How's it going? Let me know if you like scary movies. Let me know if you want to watch watch them with me on AMC Fear Fest, or if you have any questions about Freemasonry. We did not hate JFK. At least I've never heard any Mason say anything negative about JFK. I don't think I've ever heard any Freemason talk about JFK in any way, positive or negative. So he's never really come up in any of my Masonic meetings. So I do not know to what you are referring, Yuri. Never read it. I don't know. Is it on? Like, if I can I find the text of it somewhere? Well, Slant, I hope you also love to hit the like and subscribe button. There you go. That's something. Thank you for being here. If you want to hang out with me, I'm watching AMC Fear Fest. Well, then I guess I would disagree with JFK. I don't find the word secrecy repugnant. I find the word secrecy sometimes a necessary part of our day-to-day lives. Would you give me your SIN number or your bank account information? I would hope not, right? Because you're choosing to keep that secret, or at least private. Happy Visas. Hello, Happy Visas. Welcome. Please hit the like and subscribe button and let me know how you're doing. But you can like and subscribe. And who knows, again, if blindfolds are actually a thing, you may be getting some incorrect information. You don't always know. I will neither confirm nor deny any of this stuff. But what I would say is every time I've taken part in any Masonic ritual, I have never found it to be anything contrary to my civic or religious responsibilities or moral responsibilities or family responsibilities. And I've never found myself to be afraid or concerned for my safety or the safety of anybody else. So there you go. You can believe me or not believe me, but there you go. Beyond that, when it comes to specifics, no comment. I don't think that's true. People tell me that, but what section? Because, the military takes oaths, police take oaths, firemen take oaths, and I understand many of them are Christians, so I highly question that. Is that from JFK? This does not look, by the way, it's funny, this scene on the bridge, this does not look like Ohio at all. Yeah, technically this is supposed to be Ohio. As you see, the palm trees in the background. But what are pertinent facts, Yuri? So again, would you give me your bank information or your SIN number or anything like that? Welcome. If you ever be welcome, everybody. If you're just joining us, please jump in the chat, say hello, hit the like and subscribe button. Thank you, Happy Visas. We got the blue door. We got the bars on the window. Watching AMC Fear Fest. Not sure how I feel about what that means, Yuri. I mean, I'm guessing this is all from the quote, or all from the speech of JFK. We got the first explanation of who Freddy Krueger is coming up, so I'm sure it was. You can, Mazarin. You can eat burgers and fries all day. Maybe throw in a salad there. I'm not a doctor or a health expert, but maybe salads might be worth it as well. But I love burger and fries, so who am I to say? So your son is not a Yankees fan, then it sounds like. WWE, I like professional wrestling. I'm actually training to be a professional wrestler, so yeah, I enjoy that stuff very much. Well, I don't know what that means. They don't need to teach me who I am. I'm pretty comfortable knowing who I am. That's not to say I'm not in the process of learning every day more and more about me. Um, but I'd like to think I at least know somewhat who I am, as much as anybody can. I am a worshipful master of Border Cities Lodge, and a past master of two others. A lot of people say that. I'll take it. He's a very handsome fellow. Not really. It sounds more impressive than it is, but it's an honor, right? It's an honor to be one. Never seen Eyes Wide Shut, but I've heard the references to it. Believe me, if Masonic meetings were like that, it'd be a lot more fun. Uh, though, it'd be a lot less boring, that's for sure. Let's calm down with that. There's a long way to go before I could potentially get there, so there's no rush on that. Um, we'll see. But we got a great grandmaster presently, so for now, the best way to do, help me with that is support this channel, support me on Patreon, etc., etc. That's very kind, Sean. I appreciate that very much. It's not just about being a nice guy. It's also Grandmaster is very talented and skilled in Freemasonry. But I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Here's this quote: "Don't fall asleep." Let me tell you, I know Grandmaster Flash. Him and I go way back. Well, Yuri, I think you've been reading too many conspiracy theories again. I mean, I'm a member of a lodge in Israel, actually lodge holding on number 50, but Freemasonry, we don't have any overlords of any sort. Freemasonry is decentralized, not so the Freemasons in Texas follow the rules of the Grand Lodge of Texas. The ones in Ontario follow the rules of the Grand Lodge in Ontario. There are no central kind of authorities in that sense, Israeli or otherwise. And we have no interest in fighting Israel, nor do we have any interest in fighting any groups or countries. That's not what Freemasonry is about. It's about supporting the countries in which it is located and the governance therein and the people and communities therein, more importantly than anything else. Rainy Girl, welcome back. I don't know if you've been around this whole time. You can. Now, the Catholic Church has a rule that if you are a Freemason and Catholic, you are not allowed to take communion. But that is the Catholic Church's rule. From a Freemason's perspective, because as a Catholic you believe in a supreme being, you are welcome to join. And I know many Freemasons who are Catholic. So. I noticed, Yuri, that's a pretty common kind of insult you go to. I don't know. I don't know enough about the theology to be able to say what it means to not be allowed to take communion. I mean, I am Protestant or I'm Anglican, so I can't take um, I can't take a communion, but I think most Catholics would still think I was going to heaven if I believed in. Like I don't know what the theological kind of implications are or how it works, but as of right now, to my understanding, if you are a Freemason and you are Catholic, you are not able to take communion or not supposed to take communion in church. Having said that, the Catholic Freemasons I know, to my knowledge, take communion in church. So I don't know how much it is actually practiced. Um, well, then, Yuri, do not join the army because you have to take an oath to be in the military. So I guess woe unto anybody who's in the army or military or armed forces. So Knights of Columbus is a fraternal organization under the auspices of the Catholic Church. Actually, to my understanding, it actually slightly predates the like Knights of Columbus existed as a somewhat separate organization, but then was folded into the Catholic Church after it already existed. It really was, in many ways, created as a response to Catholic men wanting to join a fraternal organization, but not being allowed, at least by the Catholic Church, to join Freemasonry. And so the Knights of Columbus was kind of created as a, or at least brought into Catholicism as a response to that. I mean, you can, again, it depends how much you actually, the rules are enforced. Because I have heard of people who have been both a Knight of Columbus and a Freemason, but to my knowledge, technically you're not supposed to be. Um, I think because again, to be a Knight of Columbus, I think you need to be able to take communion in the Catholic faith. The coffee mug under the bed, still watching Fear Fest AMC. So I think again, a lot of this stuff is like how much are these rules actually enforced? Because I have heard of people who are both, but I believe it's fairly rare. Um, All right. What's up, user P? Opposed to it, Yuri. Because I've never heard of any Mason supporting slavery or indentured servitude. I mean, historically, George Washington was a Freemason. He famously owned slaves. Uh, so there've been, Freemasons in the past who've been slave owners, but times change. People get better. People understand more things, and morality changes and it advances. So I've never heard of anybody in 2020, any Mason in 2025 supporting slavery, bondage, or indentured servitude. Nor should they, for that matter. I don't have anybody in indentured servitude, so whom could I release? Well, I'm sure throughout history there have been slave owners of all different races and ethnicities. That does not make it okay, whomever is doing it. It doesn't not. That's a double negative there. So I'm not quite sure what that means, Rainy Girl. Well, I do not know any Freemasons who are involved in slave or bondage. I would say of the potentially hundreds of Freemasons I know, 0% of them are involved in that. So why would I tell them something to which they are not involved? We have the awesome phone scene in Fear Fest, the famous tongue out of the phone. Oh, I feel like you're playing a rhetorical and linguistic game there, Yuri. The problem is, if I condemn something that does not exist, people will then start to assume it does in fact exist. It's a bit like the famous example of the politician um, who goes on press conference and says, I do not beat my wife. Well, the fact that you are saying you do not do something makes it sound like people are accusing you of doing it, or that you have to defend against the accusation for some reason. So again, I will not condemn something that does not exist, and you know the connection or the idea of Freemasons having slaves is not something which exists. So to condemn it would be foolish. It would be like me condemning, again, I don't know. I'm not going to, I will not condemn something that doesn't exist because the implication is then it does some way. Freemasonry, Yuri, does not include any references to slavery. Well, master refers to being well skilled and more skilled than others. So, for example, if I am a master carpenter and I have an apprentice, I am training the apprentice in how to be, um, a carpenter. Master mason, same thing. It comes actually from the 15th and 16th centuries when the idea of being a master mason or a master referred to being well skilled and able in your whatever it is you're doing. You have mastered the craft, and your apprentices and fellow craft are learning from you how to master their craft. And worshipful, right, comes from the office being worthy of worship, the same way many mayors are called worshipful. Well, again, I think that you are confusing terms. The master's role as it relates to Freemasonry is not even to necessarily guide or direct the lodge in a final decision. It's to make sure that the rules and requirements of Grand Lodge and the lodges are followed. Right. So even for me, if let's say I have an idea as to, let's say I want the lodge to do X, spend $500 on a special event. I, as a worshipful master, want us to do that. However, if the lodge votes against it, then the lodge votes against it. I don't have any authority to direct them on how to proceed. In fact, I can't even speak in favor of what I want unless I take off my collar. So you need to keep in mind that this idea of directing people is not, in fact, the case. I cannot because I have no slaves to free, Yuri. I have no slaves, nor does Freemasonry have any slaves. Have any slaves. Again, Yuri, I think you've been reading way too much stuff online, and a lot of it, forgive me, seems quite silly. But you're still welcome on the stream. Welcome, coffee stained mug. Once again, my favorite title or my favorite username. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here. If you want to hang out with me, I watch um, the AMC Fear Fest. There's 30 minutes left in A Nightmare on Elm Street. Then it goes to Freddy versus Jason. I'm back. Welcome back, Mr. Keeps. Oh, you're making me jealous. I haven't eaten anything yet. I'm starving. How are the ribs? Just watching AMC, the live stream of Freddy versus Jason weekend. 30 minutes left before we get to the main event of Freddy versus Jason. I do not get mad when people talk about, or angry when people talk about Moses freeing the slaves. Actually, I'd recommend everybody go down to YouTube and check out The Promised Land, which is a great YouTube comedy series about Moses after he's freed the slaves when he's wandering in the, I guess, the Promised Land. Not 24 hours. No, I'm finishing pretty soon. Um, Probably another hour or so because I'm not going to watch the whole of Freddy versus Jason. But I've done this has been a 5 hour stream. Yesterday I streamed for about 12. Well, Freemasons are not slave masters of any sort. So I guess the fair would be better by default. For some reason, YouTube keeps hiding his comments. I can see them. I'm glad they were delicious. What's the detective game? Neither. That sounds pretty terrible, Yuri. We're working on it, Coffee Stain. Have good travels and safe travels, and I'll talk to you soon. Yeah, I'll probably time out in a second. I'm gonna give it a couple more. I think that's a scam. It's not real, right? You're not you're not able to actually like take the land. You've been watching I do not even know what that means. I do know that currently on AMC, Nancy is being the prototype for Kevin McAllister and booby trapping the house. No, you're back. I can see you. For some reason, very delicious was. We're watching AMC Fear Fest, the original Nightmare on Elm Street from 1984. There's about 25 minutes left to go. 25 minutes exactly. They are currently at the scene where Nancy is setting up the house. Google mysterious package post mortem. I don't. I've never seen Barbie yet. I hear it's pretty good though. No, although it does get annoying when you repeat the same, the same questions after you've been given the answer. You don't have to believe me, right? You don't have to believe me. That's fine. However, if I give you the answer, then you either accept it or you don't. At a certain point, when it's the same kind of question being phrased a million different ways, it gets a bit much. And I do suspect there may be some possible mental health stuff. Um, well, that's true. Although I feel like maybe there's some implications there that you shouldn't be annoying, as a general rule. What is a public agent? Isn't that a band? And Nancy is going to sleep, which is pretty brave of her. Oh, I think we've got, in case anybody's curious, let me just see this. No, never mind. I was about to say I thought we might have had a storm warning on my phone. It's a website of Mason. Honestly, I have heard one Mason say it, but honestly, he also believes the Earth is flat. So I believe he maybe is falling for some scams online. Unfortunately, not every Mason is just because you're Mason doesn't mean you're that smart. Unfortunately, but I have heard of remote viewing. All right, sorry. So let's see. Mysterious package postmortem. I'm just typing that in now. Mysterious package post mortem. Voted best murder mystery tabletop game by New York Times Wirecut in 2025. Cool. I'll check that out. I haven't not seen it yet. So it's a board game, not something online, or can you play it online? What would I remote view right now if I could? I don't know if I'd want a remote view. If I understand what it is, it's the ability to see things but not interact with them. That doesn't seem fun to me. Like I'd want to be able to remote view whilst like interacting with it. It doesn't seem any fun to just see it. Like it'd be like going to the Grand Canyon. You can't actually see it. I don't know. If I could go back in time and see things, like I'd love to remote view the dinosaurs. I'd love to remote view Julius Caesar and Gaul. I'd love to remote view other planets. That would be really cool to see Mars. But actually, like to not be able to be there in person, I don't know. I mean, Noah's ship would be pretty incredible to see. Like I said, I'm not necessarily a Christian, so I don't know if I believe that it was literally every animal, but I'm sure there might have been some type of massive flood and somebody who built a big boat to try to ride it out. Maybe, if we're talking about that, then I want to try to go to the building of the Tower of Babel because They say Nimrod was the first I can't think of it now, the first stonemason. Or maybe even go back a few million years and remote view the formation of the first stone tool, which would, in my opinion, represents the founding of stonemasonry and the founding of the human race in some ways. Well, I want to see it being built before it was destroyed, obviously. I wouldn't want to be there while it was being destroyed. That's really cool. I don't know either, but I feel like it'd be really cool to try it out. Okay, so how many versions of the game are there? I hope not. That would not be fun. That's really, really cool, Mr. Keeps. So, how many people do you play it with? Well, Yuris, I can't help you with that at all then. I do not have 350 nor a goat to help, to teach me. So I guess I'm screwed. What I do have, thankfully, is a washroom. Oops, as I knock over my camera. Second time I got to run for the washroom. I'll be back in a second. There's about 15 minutes left, by the way, in the original Nightmare. And then we get to Freddy versus Jason. 16 minutes left. Well, I'm not going to take you into the. Don't worry, you're seeing nothing except you're going to get to see my co host. So there you go. I also need more water because I'm very, very thirsty. It's funny, whenever I leave and come back, I end up getting more people. You guys like my co-host better than me. Oh, I don't don't think I have a Steam account. I think I tried to get it once to play actually um, Friday the 13th, ironically enough, but I never got around to it. So when you play it alone, does it take longer or shorter, or what's the difference between playing alone versus playing with others? Have you found me on Discord yet? Did you find my channel? I think I sent you the link. Is it usually at most game shops, or do I have to order it? Because there's a store in our mall that's like sells games. Holy cow! I did like that movie. We didn't. I mean, I maybe Freemasons have gotten jealous of other groups. I don't know. I think I can say I don't necessarily get jealous of any other group. I think every group's success is our success, right? Because Freemasonry is a civic organization or civic group. Um, what that means is we need to make sure civic society and civic engagement grows. So whether it's Knights of Columbus, Rosicrucianism, Freemasonry, Elks, Moose, I think as one does well, they all do well. Um, and so I personally am not jealous in any way. A Steam account, Mr. Keeps, is that to what you are referring? Let me see. I say that I think I got one forever ago. I can't remember any of my stuff on there. Let me see. I'm gonna try something. So yeah, it says please check your password. I guess I could create a new account. I want to see this though, because I feel like once upon a time I did have one. I just gotta try to find it now. By the way, this was the made a record for this. All right, I will send you the invite via Discord. Let's see if I can get it here. Copy. Let's see. There you go. You should be able to find that, use that link to find me on Discord. It's Square Compass Podcast on Discord as well, all one word. Again, Yuri, you have this tendency of assuming things with the nature of your questions. I've never heard a Freemason advocate for depopulations. I've never heard a Freemason advocate depopulating the planet. I've never heard it brought up in any of our Masonic meetings. To the extent that population is ever brought up, it's brought up, how can we support our community? And if you have a growing population in your community, how can we support more people? If you have a reduction in the community, how can we support those remaining? So we do not support depopulation. Individual Masons, again, will have their own ideas about population and whatever it is, but It's not the type of thing that is a Masonic idea. Um, so again, Yuri, you assume things without perhaps knowing about that to which you are assuming, if that makes any sense. All right, hopefully this works. You can perhaps send me some direct messages. And I think that's how it works. Well, if what I would say is, at the end of the day, you can't, right? Even, which is the same for me, right? Because one thing you see on this stream a lot is people will say, um, I'm not a true Freemason because I'm 18th degree Freemason, not 33rd degree Freemason. And therefore, I can't know for sure the truth of it. Um, Hello, I think Smokey's on there now. I just waved hi to him. Um, However, what I can use is my discernment based upon my 20 years within Freemasonry, my experience and involvement with Freemasons, um, and including 33rd degrees, my attendance at meetings around the world, and I can base all of that and use my discernment while not knowing 100%, you know, make the educated and intelligent decision and choice. And if I find out I was wrong at some point, then so be it. And yours the same thing for you, right? You can believe me or not believe me. That's your choice. I would hope that my knowledge and my um, the way I speak and carry myself and the way the knowledge I have, I would hope would be sufficient for you to at least convince me in what I'm saying. But if you choose not to, then you choose not to. There is a certain level of kind of trust you need to have, or you can say you're interested in joining Freemasonry and join. I never suggest people join with the purpose of learning the secrets because you're going to be disappointed when you find out how unimportant they actually are to what Freemasonry is. But you can still join. But to a certain extent, yeah, because there are things I choose to keep private, then there is an element of trust. What about your bank information? Is that public? And more to the point, should it be public? Well, I mean, the Masonic bylaws and the Masonic constitutions are oftentimes public, not always, but it depends in the kind of jurisdiction you're in. However, the example I would give, Yuri, um, if you have a family recipe that was passed down from your grandfather to your father to you, you're going to pass it down to your kids. Um, you may not post that publicly. The reason is not because there's anything nefarious or wrong with the family recipe, rather because you want to maintain the bonds of familial friendship. Freemasons are my family. When it comes to Freemasonry, um, we don't really have rings or anything like that to pass on. We have rings, but that's not what it's about. That's not what we pass on. What I pass on to my brothers and my family is the Masonic ritual from brethren in the past, present, and future. And um, in that sense, it's important that I maintain the privacy of it as a way to maintain the bonds of brotherhood. Um, Well, but let's say your family recipe explains modes of recognition between Freemasons or the rituals that we use to understand those modes of recognitions, right? That is not something that applies between me and you. That is something that applies between me and my brother, and therefore it should remain between me and my brother. I'm not that kind of guy. Although honestly, a million people have snitched already. 90% of the stuff is online. The problem is, and the danger is, when it comes to online secrets, quote unquote, you don't know unless you're a Mason what's true and what's not true. So you may read something online and it says these are the secrets of Freemasonry, and you may choose to believe it or not believe it, but just know if you're not a Mason and you're choosing to believe it, it might not be true. You're taking a leap of faith by believing it, right? It's one of those things where if I say something positive about being a Freemason, people will say, how can I believe you? But if you see something negative about being a Freemason, people will automatically believe it. Either way, you're taking to a certain extent a leap of faith as to how true it is. Ah, Yuri, you're back to being annoying. We've already talked about this. You may find yourself in timeout at some point. I try not to time people out, but um, there has to be a point where I can't just keep repeating the same talking points over and over again. People get mad when politicians do that. How do they feel about me doing it? Well, then I guess I will enslave you via the timeout model. But in that case, you should be blaming YouTube and not me because YouTube gave me that ability. So you're looking at the wrong person. Blame the all-knowing algorithm. There you go, Jay. Welcome, JG. Are you new to the stream? I don't recognize you. Thank you for being here. Please hit like and subscribe. I'm hanging out watching AMC Fear Fest, and since I was watching it all day, I figured I should come online and talk about Freemasonry at the same time. Kill two birds with one stone. But thank you, JG, and that's a great example of the positive things that Freemasonry does within the community. Well, maybe think different things, perhaps, or don't, but then don't be surprised if you find yourself in timeout. George? Honestly, this is probably one of my biggest. Um, this is probably one of my biggest hot takes when it comes to literature. But I think 1984 is a terrible book. So um, that right there, people can jump on the stream and attack me for it. I feel like most people love that book. I never liked it. I always thought it was dumb. I read it first in grade 8. I thought it was dumb. And I still think it's dumb in 2025. I've tried to get into it. I've watched the movie. I've listened to it audiobooks. Never understood the value of it or the appeal of it. And we get the famous shot of the dummy going through the door. In 3, we got the girls doing the jump rope thing on Elm Street, 1428. And there you go. Nightmare on Elm Street 1984 is now finished. Now we're at the main event, Freddy versus Jason, of this whole weekend. Actually, not quite yet, but soon. We're coming up to Freddy versus Jason in a second. Oh, this always makes me feel very, very nostalgic. No one's ever spit on me so far. Maybe unless I paid it for it. That's right. Let's just put this one on the thing. Replace the pin message. Thank you, Lodge 109. Shout out Lodge 109. Thank you for liking my vids. Thank you, Lodge 109, for being here. I hope you're doing well, JG. Thank you for joining. I hope you also check out my social media content, the stuff I write, Medium. I hope you found some of it of value. But I really appreciate you being here. You can also find me on Patreon, all that good stuff. But I'm truly grateful for anybody who enjoys my videos, especially if it's Masonic Brethren. I hope maybe you can get some, I don't know what the word is, some inspiration that you can take to your own lodge. I hope so. Thank you so much for being here, though. We got part 5, part 6, I think, part 3. That's part 4 in there. Oh, we got a scene which they're going to cut out the best part, but that's okay. Even that, there's something very like, I don't know what the word is. There's something very charming about watching these movies on AMC and when they cut out all of the best parts, if you will. And if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. I love the blue, like this. For some reason, every scary movie in the late 90s and early 2000s, it was always super, super blue. We should, Rondo. That'd be a really good idea. We've done it in the past. We've done like videos to celebrate Christmas and Halloween, watching scary movies, watching Christmas movies. Not recently, but we should get back into it. I would support that 100%. Are you watching AMC with me, Rondo, out of curiosity? If not, we are just started Freddy versus Jason. I can't watch the whole thing. Sadly, I have to leave around 7:30 or so, but I still get to watch a bit of it with you guys. I hope you guys will watch the end of it because I support this movie. I think it's awesome. Support AMC Fear Fest. Hello, Anonymous. Thank you for being here. Anonymous, please hit like and subscribe if you can. I truly appreciate it. No, I'm not sad. That's a good suggestion, Rondo. I will check it out for sure. I suppose we're all sad about something, Anonymous, but I can't think about anything right now. I'm just happy to be here watching scary movies. I am hungry, though. I'll say that. If anything's wrong, it's the fact that I don't have more subscribers, but you can fix that. So become a subscriber. So help me out with the like and a subscribe and a share and Patreon and all that good stuff. Yeah, everything's good. Like I said, I'm watching scary movies, talking about Freemasonry. What more could you want? Welcome, Jay. What scary movie? We are watching Nightmare. We are watching Freddy versus Jason on AMC Fear Fest. 1428 Elm Street has just popped up on the screen. Last Espresso. I can't pronounce that. Please hit like and subscribe. It is a fire movie. It is absolutely one of the best. Jay, welcome. Thank you for being here. I'm guessing last, you're a big fan of this movie? Thank you. I appreciate that. What is your favorite scary movie? Oh, for heaven's sakes. Just trying to get back into my Steam account, which I haven't used for years. For heaven's sakes, what is my account name? I like the Creep Show movie. All right, this is not working. Who is the? Oh, I don't. Just one second. Maybe this is it. Um, who is the Freddie Prinze Jr. wannabes on this? On Freddy versus Jason. Oh, here it is. I don't believe that Monica Keena would have any trouble meeting a guy. I'm just going to say it. I'm just going to say it. I'm good at riding the goats, let me tell you. BQ. Frankenstein Army is a wild. I will check it out for sure. B1 Trucker is back. How's it going? All right, I'm on it. Now, how do I invite people on Steam? That's the question. I have no friends. It's actually, it feels mega 90s. You're right, Mr. Keeps. It's technically 2003, but it was like this the tail end of that 90s, that late 90s, early 2000s era kind of look, right? It definitely has that look, Mr. Keeps. You're absolutely right. He did not lose the world. At the end of it, you saw the wink. I don't think he lost. By the way, Mr. Keeps, this is my code to find me on Steam. So if you want to find me on there, by all means, maybe I will see if I can't start to get more active on there once again. Drive through, good to keep in mind. Hey, I've been talking about Freddy versus Jason because it's an awesome movie, and it's the whole AMC Fear Fest weekend. Uh, Thank you for that one. By the way, I'm going to call you last 6'4". There is this channel, technically, this channel, what I talk about is Freemasonry. Welcome, Smokey. So if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry, please let me know. Cool, yeah, it's 868-379-711. The biggest thing I would say about this weekend that has been so awesome is I've been really increasing the number of people. Last Cypress. Okay, Last Cypress is, and everybody watching this, is the number of the way that my socials just across the board have increased. Because while I've been doing this, I've been posting regularly on X, posting on Blue Sky, supporting Discord, even my Steam, I guess. Got a lot of new followers on all of these different channels, so everyone's doing well. How's it going with you, Smokey? That is, like, my opinion, the world, and I will stand on it. Freddy did not lose. He tricked Jason into making Jason think that he lost. But he, in fact, won, because at the end of it, he winks. That's awesome. I'm going to be finishing this stream soon. I'm not going to watch the entire movie with you guys because I do have to run, sadly, at 7:30. But at least we can watch it for a bit. I hope you guys will watch the end of it. Support Scary Movie. Support AMC Fear Fest. I'm not like some type of AMC shill. I just really love scary movies. And I like to see them supported. I have not, Brandon, but I have told people to hit the like and subscribe button. So there is that. By the way, we got Lachlan Monroe here. Good actor. Actually, no, you saw him a second ago. He was in Charmed. I'm glad you've been doing better. I know you're working really hard with your new job. So congratulations on that again, by the way, and keep up the great work. Weston Hills from part 3. No, I don't. Which other movie? He was in N. Any other movies? Or maybe he was, I just can't think of it. I liked the book and I liked the movie with Brad Pitt. Never saw the TV show. I liked the book of Queen of the Damned too. Me either. The book was amazing. I want to read the book sometime. I mean, yeah, it was also with Lestat, right? If I recall correctly, it's been a while. I tend to like vampires. I loved Angel, one of my favorite TV shows, oops, of all time. So, what was your favorite Smokey, if you had to pick them? Or to pick of the two? Joel Cox is back. Never watched True Blood. I say I like vampires, and I'm missing all these things. Never saw either. For me, when it comes to horror, it always tends to be more slashers or whodunits, which I think the Nosferatu movies are more vampires. I guess I should take it back. When I say like vampires, I liked Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I liked Angel. I liked Vampires by uh, John Carpenter, and that's really about it. So, and I liked oh, I can't think what it's called now. It starred Sam Neill. It was about vampires who've taken over the world, but they're running into a blood shortage and how they try to solve that problem. And they're basically farming humans for the blood. I can't think of the name of it now. Daybreakers, I think it was called. Yes, I did see 30 Days of Night. I did like that one. It's nice to see Josh Hartnett becoming like popular once again because he was great in Halloween. He was great in a lot of movies in the 90s. And then he kind of went away, so he was great in 30 Days of Night also, though, I thought. Up in Alaska. I also really liked the most recent, even though it's not in the same genre or anything, the most recent True Detective. I feel like I was one of the only ones who did, which also took place in Alaska, up north. I thought it was really cool. Welcome if you're just joining us. Thanks for being here. We're hanging out like this shot, watching AMC's Fear Fest. Um, Hang out. Jump in the chat, say hello, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry or anything else you want to talk about. Oh, only so much time to be falling down rabbit holes. Oh, I feel like it's got to go to Buffy. I've never seen it, so it's hard for me to say for sure. But I feel like it's got to go for Buffy more than as top vampire show. I like this part in the police station when it's abandoned. There's a really cool scene coming up with the wanted posters or the missing posters. What's The Chosen about, Joel? Oh, I've seen a bunch of clips of that on YouTube. Joel, if I would, I would suggest maybe one thing you can check out is The Promised Land on YouTube. It's really good too. Um, Good to know. Dan Wilburn. I'm sorry about that, Dan, but having bad gas does not stop you from hitting the like or subscribe button. Elijah, how's it going? Thank you for being here. I know I'm bald, but you can still hit like and subscribe. Yes, it is the one that's like The Office. I think one of the characters, I think the character who plays Moses was also in The Chosen, but it's really good. I find it really funny. The jump rope scene. They have a second episode. It just came out. It got like 2 million views on YouTube. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. How's it going? It was like a 30-minute episode, a little bit more than that. So that's the cool thing about YouTube is how much longer like you can do you're not stuck with like 23 minutes or whatever it is, you know? You can go a lot longer. And you're not it's same thing with like Netflix, right? When you're doing TV shows on Netflix, you're not dealing with uh the networks having set times that you have to be out by. So you can go a little bit longer, that type of thing, which is really cool. I doubt that highly, Swin Former, but you can hit the like and subscribe button. Um, oh, that's about what, Swin Former? About Freemasonry or about my love of scary movies? I assume Freemasonry is someone that's what this channel's about. Isn't that a like a comedy about musicians? I know. I don't remember what the dare even was. But I'm fine with it. I mean, there's nothing wrong. As far as dares go, that's pretty not a terrible dare. So maybe I'll have to find True Blood. I just got my Disney Plus account restarted, so there's that. Oh, check it out. Oh, this is a great freak out with the head falling off. Spoilers. I'm gonna be spoiling throughout this thing, by the way. Weston Hills from Nightmare Part 3. That's about the neighbor who's a vampire, right? Nice. Tedward Evans. I've often suspected, well, I wish you the best of luck in your life, Tedward. That seems pretty dangerous to me. May I suggest you increase your diet to include heavy garlic? That's good, Tedward. Then you are going to be okay. I'll check it out. I was thinking of doing a rewatch of Lost because I love Lost, but maybe I'll switch over to True Blood. Well, that sounds wonderful, Joel. I will be prepared. We got the fart. They actually skipped out that part. In the movie, not on TV, they show the butt and they show him fart, or you hear him fart. This in Freddy versus Jason, 1 hour, 46 minutes to go. I don't mind them. Like I said, um, my go-to is always going to be slashers, particularly the whodunit version I like a lot, like Sorority Row, or the kind of franchise players, um, Freddy, Jason, Halloween. I guess the best demonic horror movies are the Hellraiser movies, which I enjoy, which do have a very slasher-ish quality to them, while combining with the horror, the demonic side of it. Of True Blood or of Lost? Jesus is God. Welcome. Thank you for being here. I liked it. I enjoyed it. I think sometimes the irony and the kind of it can be a little bit much sometimes, how everything had to be self-referential, kind of following up on Scream. I prefer them to be played a little bit more straight. Like, I preferred Evil Dead to Cabin in the Woods, but I did enjoy Cabin in the Woods. So, thank you, Waddles on the Loose, and you can hit the like and subscribe button. I don't know what that means either, but you can still hit the like and subscribe button. See, I think Lost had the greatest second season of any television show ever, personally. Um, the greatest final season of any television show was Angel, season 5. Well, apparently, yeah, it must be great if we're all still hooked on it and still talking about it. It's interesting. It looks like they're not showing Halloween Part 6 either on Fear Fest, which was a great one, or Rob Zombie's Halloween Part 2. I feel like we're missing out a lot of this stuff. I loved that, the original It. That was like a piece of my childhood. When did they release you? I don't know what that means. I've never been not released to my knowledge. But welcome. Thank you for being here. I'm just hanging out watching AMC Fear Fest. I figured if I'm going to be here anyways, might as well put the camera on me. I'll be finishing this stream off pretty soon, though. Yes, I talked about The Long Walk. Um, oh, the remake. I think you might have talked about two different movies because The Long Walk that I saw in theaters wasn't a remake. It was based on a novel by Stephen King. There was another movie called The Long Walk, which was about something different. But I really loved The Long Walk. It made me cry. And it made me think about why we as humans choose to make brothers and friends when we know we're going to lose everybody. Um, the It remake. Oh, okay. It was weird. I see. I liked I liked the original more than the remake. I did appreciate the remake though because the second part of the remake, chapter 2, was filmed at the was filmed at the Scottish Rite Masonic Club. So I thought that was really cool. The bar scene was shot at the Scottish Rite Masonic building. Which one? I like them all. Sohail. I've never seen it, but I'm told it's a Christmas movie, so I need to watch it. Or at least it takes place at Christmas. It is. That's a cool looking shot there of all the leaves on the ground. Makes it feel like it's Halloween. And this bench, in my head, that bench is the same bench that was in Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4, The Dream Master. Because this is Springwood High, so I choose to believe this is the same bench that Kristen and Alice were sitting on. They did not say bogus for the record. go. I love Resident Evil. What are you making? Right now, I'm making a tweet, CH, and I'm hoping you'll hit the like and subscribe button. And I'm hanging out watching AMC's Fear Fest, Freddy versus Jason. Thank you, CH. I hope you hit the like button. I hope you hit the subscribe button if you get the chance. Thank you for being here. Never seen Human Farm, but that sounds interesting. It was a great movie. Coffee, make friends of it. I don't need that advice. Welcome, John, Jan, Klaus. Thank you for being here. Coffee. That's right. A lot of people have been noticing, apparently, the longer I talk, the more my, I guess, Canadian accent comes out. Because people keep saying I sound very Canadian. No, he's not in this one, I don't think. They're currently at the waiting room. Got your nose. Oh, geez. Well, still, Smokey, it's wonderful to have you here. Thank you very much for being here. I mean, I did remember seeing a movie about the dark web. I think it was actually called Dark Web. It was pretty good. I liked it. Nice. Channel still growing. Everybody watching this, check out Smokey's channel. Smokey and I do live streams together every, every month. Maybe this time actually, Smokey, I can go on your stream instead of you coming on to mine. Try something different. I love these scenes that take place in a library where they're studying using the microfiche. I don't know why, but it's like my favorite part of these movies. There was this episode of Are You Afraid of the Dark called The Tale of the Prom Queen, where they had a whole scene of them researching stuff in the library. I loved it. I don't really watch it, but you think I would. I should. It'd be right up my alley. I just never really got into it, CH. Hello, Cowboy Baby Yoda. Thank you for being here. Oh, that was the best. I love Are You Afraid of the Dark. Such a good movie. Such a good show, I should say. Oh, Tale of the Dangerous Soup, starring Neve Campbell from Scream fame. I never really got into Goosebumps. I was always Are You Afraid of the Dark, and I used to read the Ghost Rider books and watch Ghost Rider a lot on TV. That was always fun. Oh, Tales from the Crypt was the bomb. By the way, Red Letter Media just did a great episode about this. Well, I think they either, well, the theory was that they had stopped dreaming, so Freddy Krueger, and because they stopped dreaming, they forgot about Freddy Krueger. And when they forgot about him, they didn't need to take the drugs anymore, so they stopped taking them. And then Freddy Krueger got Jason Voorhees to unalive these poor kids. And in doing so, the police started to think that Freddy Krueger returned. They mentioned his name. And then once they mentioned his name, they started dreaming about him again. That's why at the start you saw the dad try to put the medication in his daughter's drink because she had stopped taking it because she had forgotten. Basically, I guess it was a situation of if you knew about him, you were sent to Weston Hills and given Hypnosil to stop you from dreaming. And if you didn't know about him or forgot about him, you weren't given any drugs and you could dream. I guess knowing about him is what causes you to dream about him, if that makes any sense. Baby Shark, da 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 da. Hello, DYS123. Thank you for being here. But you have come along late because I'm going to be ending this stream in like 2 minutes. It has been a blast, though. This has been 2 days of streaming about the AMC Fear Fest. I love all these movies. This has been a pretty great nostalgic trip for me. Um, it's been an absolute blast. Uh, Take me back to my childhood, both yesterday's Friday the 13th and today's nightmares. They've both been awesome. Mr. Keeps, one thing you're refusing to do is take advantage of your gifted Patreon sub, which you should do. Actually, honestly, I think it's been so long. I think that the link I sent you has expired, but I can just send you another one. I used to do, Mitch Hedberg. Excellent, excellent comedian, one of the best. Gone too soon. So I'm going to send it to you through the Patreon. So I'll send it to you probably either late tonight or tomorrow at some point. All right, guys. Thank you guys so much. Hope, knock on wood, it's soon. But okay, thank you for that. That's very kind of you. But you can still get the gifted sub. All right, guys. I will see everybody soon. Uh, Primarily, what you get from Patreon is uh, different. Where is it here? Different levels, you get different perks. So at the $3 a month perk, you get this commemorative postcard sent to you. As it gets up, you get more and more stuff. There's some coins at a certain level. There's a scale model Masonic Temple at a certain level. Also on the Patreon, that's right, Smokey. Also on the Patreon, I do try to pay attention to suggestions from Patreon members first. So if there is a topic you want me to cover, then I'm more likely to cover it if the suggestion comes from a Patreon member. Like the reason I had my live streams, 24-hour live streams starting at 2 p.m. is because that was what was voted on by the Patreons. And I do have some special links that are posts that are exclusive to Patreon members. Though not a ton of those. I need to work on that. So, patreon.com/square and compass, Cowboy Baby Yoda. Patreon.com/square and compass. That would be an honor. And I have in the past done some Patreon exclusive live streams. I'm probably going to try doing that again soon. And that's exclusive for members, both paid and free. There is, but we're ending the stream in a second anyways. So Patreon, Cowboy Baby Yoda. I hope you'll check it out. Thank you everybody for being here as always. I'll be back tomorrow, 1 p.m. Thank you guys so much. 1 p.m. Eastern time. Have a great rest of your night. Keep watching those movies. I wish I could stay longer, but it's been a lot of fun. See you later, Cowboy Baby Yoda. By the way, Cowboy Baby, if you do sign up, make sure you send me your shipping information so I can mail you, your special items if you just join at a paid amount. All right, guys. Thank you so much for being here. I will see everybody 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Mr. Keeps, keep on watching the rest of Freddy versus Jason, and you can let me know what you think of it at the end. You can give it a ranking out of 10. All right, guys. See you soon.